Okay, we are now recording. Chair Roberts, you may call the meeting to order.
Yes. This is public notice for the City of Boulder, special hearing of the Beverage Licensing Authority, Wednesday, July 30th, 2025 at 3 p.m. This is a virtual hearing.
Thank you, and we'll now go ahead and do roll call. If you'll please speak your presence aloud. Member Michael Carr,
Member Carr present.
Member Lansing Crane,
Member Crane present.
Chair Leah Roberts,
Chair Roberts present.
and we note that Member Haggerty and Barnes are absent. And we're going to share a screen for the rules for public participation and decorum at virtual meetings. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, please visit the City of Boulder's website at bouldercolorado.gov. The city will enforce the rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. No attendee shall disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of any meeting in a manner that obstructs the business of the meeting. This also includes failing to obey any lawful order of the presiding officer to leave the meeting or refrain from addressing the board. Only one person at a time is allowed to speak unless an accommodation like an interpreter is required. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, other epithets based on race, gender, or religion, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the meeting will not be tolerated.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we have no agenda issues from the licensing clerk. So we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is public hearing in consideration of a renewal application filed on April 8th, 2025 from Sage Client 499 LLC, Inc., DBA Embassy Suites and Hilton Garden Inn, 2601 Canyon Boulevard and 2701 Canyon Boulevard, Boulder, Colorado 80303. Sage Client 100% owner with Sage Hospitality Resources, Zachary Newmeyer, officer of SMS, Walter Eisenberg, officer of SMS, and over 10% ownership in SC 499 via indirect interest. Christina Eisenberg, over 10% owner in SC 499 via indirect interest. Registered manager Courtney Whitehead with a business mailing address of 1575 Welton Street, Suite 300, Denver, Colorado 80202 for a hotel restaurant type license. This renewal is before you, BLA members, because we have had 2 or more late filed renewals within the past 4 years. And if there's anyone here on this matter, if you would please raise your hand and you'll be admitted.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Ms. Stringer.
Thank you. My name's Karen Stringer. I am with Sage Hospitality, Director of Liquor Licensing. And just want to sincerely apologize for taking everybody's time today.
One moment, Ms. Stringer. I need to read some things into the record, and then we would love to hear from you.
Sounds great.
This is a public hearing before the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder to determine whether or not the application of applicant Sage Client, DBA Embassy Suites and Hilton Garden Inn for renewal of a hotel restaurant type license shall be granted or denied. This hearing is conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Colorado and to the rules of the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder. The purpose of this hearing is to receive information, data, and testimony by interested parties in order to enable this authority to make findings and to reach the conclusions required to be made by state laws as to whether or not the license shall be renewed. Interested parties are the applicant, residents of the neighborhood affected by the license as previously determined by the authority, and the owners and managers of a business located within the neighborhood. This hearing shall be limited to the question of whether there is good cause to renew the license as set form in the notice of hearing dated July 30th.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Board, is there any conflict of interest or ex parte communication with this establishment? Member Roberts,
Crane, no.
Member Roberts, no.
Member Carr, no.
Great. And Ms. Stringer, now would be a great. Oh, go ahead, Elisa.
I do need to swear in Ms. Stringer.
Thank you.
Ms. Stringer, I would like to ask if you can please state your name and spell your name and give an address for the record.
Sure. It's Karen Stringer, KarenStringer. Address 615 Chickadee Road, Golden, Colorado.
Thank you. And will you be represented by an attorney today?
No,
And do you believe anybody else other than yourself will testify today?
No.
Please raise your hand. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
yes, I do.
Do you also swear or affirm that you or your employees have posted the premises for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Stringer.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Please proceed with your statement.
Okay, well, I just wanted to apologize for taking your time, for everybody involved on this. And certainly take very seriously the compliance and timeliness of renewals. I was a couple days late on this past renewal, and then previously there was another renewal cycle that was several days late. And we've been through a number of changes at our corporate level, office moves, etc. But really, the only thing I can share on a personal note is I received the renewal on January 30th. My mom had passed away a week before. My father had passed away a few months before that, and so I did take some much needed time to help take care of their affairs. Also, on that same day, my employee resigned and was not approved to be replaced. So that is just quite honestly the reason for the late renewal, and I squarely take full responsibility for that.
Thank you so much for explaining. Are there any questions from the board?
This is Member Carr. Just one question for you, Ms. Stringer. So sorry to hear about your family, your parents, and everything, and understand that must have been a really challenging time to go through. Appreciate you sharing that with us. just going forward, just want to think about maybe some of the maybe processes or things you put in place. How are you looking at making sure that these don't slip in the future, kind of no matter what comes up.
No, I appreciate that. We do have a redundancy in our tracking system. We have a online uh, subscription for license compliance, backed up by doing Excel tracking as well. And we've recently hired a vice president of compliance that oversees a larger department, so that'll assist as well. Um, and Just trying to think here if I have some other notes outside of that tracking redundancy, which is most of it. But I do try to get things in as quickly as I can. We have another property there in Boulder that I just processed the renewal 37 days prior to the due date. We've already received a license on that. So please know it's my sincere desire, goal, and commitment to always get things in on time, if not sooner. It's best for everybody involved, and I understand that this was just not possible this year.
Thank you.
One question for me, Member Crane. I understand that we're supposed to be looking at whether you've completed all the alcohol training that is needed for your current group of employees, and I gather that you're representing to us that you have. Is that correct?
As of when the application was submitted, all of the tips and other responsible alcohol training certifications were still current, and we've been working through with our properties to do continuous training. But to the best of my knowledge, as of the date of that application being submitted, everything was fulfilled per the requirement.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
I don't have any specific questions. Thank you so much for sharing with us. We can now close for deliberation. Or Ms. Stringer, did you have any final comments?
I don't. Just thank you for what you do and the guidance that you guys provide. It's very helpful. I've been involved in a number of hearings to just listen in and think that it's, really well handled.
Oh, thank you. Okay, at this time we will close for deliberation. Any comments?
I was just gonna say, I think it sounds like there's a process in place to prevent this from happening again in the future, and there are extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, I agree. I'm inclined to say yes to
Yeah, to the renewal.
the renewal. Yeah.
Member Carr will make a motion to renew the application.
For Crane and
Member-
I second it.
Great. All those in favor, say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
And Member Crane.
Great. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Stringer.
I have a quick note for the BLA. We appear to be having a problem with our public link to get into the meeting. If we could take a 5-minute recess, Chair Roberts, so we have a chance to get that corrected.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back at 3:22. Thank you. We were able to get that fixed. Before we go into the next one, Chair Roberts, would you, after I announce the agenda item, would you like me to swear people in before you read your portion?
Okay, yeah, that'll
Okay.
work. Thanks.
Perfect. I can do that. Okay, agenda item 3 is public hearing in consideration of a new application filed on May 6th, 2025 from Rocky Mountain Paddleboard LLC, DBA Lakeside at Boulder, 5275 Reservoir Road, Boulder, Colorado, 80301. Paddle Rabbits LLC, 95% owner with Henry Grant manager, and with Rocky Mountain Water Sports LLC as 5% owner with Rabbit Hold Returns Series LLC Series 9 as 60.77% interest, and the Medelson Trust at 32.72% interest in Paddle Rabbits LLC, with the Ducks on the Pond Family Trust as 100% owners of RHRS LLC Series 9, with a business mailing address of 18475 West Colfax, Golden, Colorado 80401 for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license. If you are here to speak on this item, if you would please raise your hand now and we will you. Give us just a moment. Okay, I believe everybody is in. And Chair Roberts, just to clarify, you would like me to swear in each individual before we go to the next section. Is that correct?
That works for me.
Okay.
Is that, yes? I
I will
don't,
go ahead.
okay.
I will go ahead and start with the order that it is on my screen. For Liquor Pros, can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Yes, ma'am. For the record, my name is Eva Garrettson, last name Garretson. I'm one of the owners of Liquor Licensing Professionals doing business as Liquor Pros, and we're located at 5515 Saddle Rock Place in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
And can you please raise your hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Thank you. Adam, are you the attorney for this
Yes, I
matter?
am. Yeah, so I will not be sworn in, but thank you.
Perfect. And do you need anybody sworn in?
Yes, we have Henry Hank Grant, I see on the screen, and he's the manager that will be speaking as to the operations of this applicant.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and do Henry next. Henry, can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Sure thing. Henry Grant, Henry, last name Grant, Grant, address 15715 Red Deer Drive, Morrison, Colorado 80465.
Thank you. And can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
And do you also swear or affirm that you or your employees have posted the premises for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I can confirm.
Thank you. The next person that I have on my screen is Sharon Anderson. Thank you, Sharon. Can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record? You are muted. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Sharon Anderson, SharonAnderson, 4867 Valhalla Drive.
Thank you. And can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Eric Tussey,
Hi, my name's Eric Tussey.
thank you. Can you please spell your name and give an address for the record?
ERIC, last name TUSSEY. I live at 5075 51st Street, Boulder, 80301.
And can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, thank you. It does appear that we have two more people that have their hand raised. Let's give them a minute. We might need to let them in as well. Okay, Ms. Sparks, we'll go ahead and have you go next. I would like to ask if you can please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record.
My name is Sarah Sparks, SarahSparks, and my address is 4924 Valhalla Drive in Boulder, 80301.
And please raise your hand. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I have Adam Mendelson. Can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Sure, this is Adam Mendelson. I live at 2890 Lafayette Drive in Boulder, Colorado. My name is spelled Adam, and then Mendelson, Mendelson.
Thank you. And can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Okay, thank you. I believe everyone is sworn in. Chair Roberts.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, this is a public hearing before the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder to determine whether or not the application of applicant BSG Group, Rocky Mountain Paddleboard, Rocky Mountain Paddleboard LLC, DBA Lakeside at Boulder, for a hotel restaurant type liquor license shall be granted or denied. This hearing is conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Colorado and the rules of the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder. The purpose of this hearing is to receive information, data, and testimony by interested parties in order to enable this authority to make the findings and to reach conclusions required to be made by state law as to whether or not the license applied for shall be issued. Interested parties are the applicant, the residents of the neighborhood under consideration, and the owners and managers of a business located in the neighborhood under consideration. For purposes of determining who is an interested party in this hearing, the neighborhood under consideration is the neighborhood previously defined by the authority. The authority shall make a final determination of the affected neighborhood prior to determining whether the license shall be issued. Any interested party may speak to the question of neighborhood designation, as well as other information relevant to the granting or denial of the application. Okay, at this time, do we have any conflicts of interest or ex parte communication? I need to disclose that I know Adam Mendelson. We're family friends. I did not see that in the packet. I also feel that I can be fair and listen to everything. Roberto?
Hi, good afternoon. As long as you believe that you can fairly adjudicate the matter, and you should at least open it up in case there are any questions from anyone that might question your ability to do so. Now would be the time.
Okay. Are there any, I do feel that I can be impartial, and is there anybody who would like to question that at this time? Okay.
I'm quite sure, this is Member Crane. I'm quite sure you could be impartial.
Thank you, Member Crane. Okay, anybody, either other members have anything to disclose?
Member Carr, no.
Member Crane, no.
Okay, great. Then at this time, we shall proceed if the applicant is prepared.
Yes, we are. Thank you. Would you like me to prepare or to start our presentation now, Chairperson?
Yes, please.
All right. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adam Stapin, Adamstapen. I'm an attorney licensed to practice law here in the great state of Colorado. My registration number is 27506. I represent Rocky Mountain Paddleboard LLC. We have three individuals who will be presenting to you as part of our presentation for the granting of this new hotel and restaurant class license at the Boulder Reservoir, that I can tell you everyone's very excited to be in front of you for this hopeful matter. The first individual who's going to speak is Eva Gerritsen, and you know her quite well. She is the owner-operator of Liquor Pros, and they conducted an impartial survey throughout the designated neighborhood. The second person who will be speaking before you, her name is Stacy Cole, and I don't believe you've sworn her in, but I could see that she's joined. And she's going to give you a background explanation of what's transpired out there at the reservoir and how we've gotten to this point, if you would. And then finally, Henry Grant will be speaking. He's the manager of the applicant, and he'll be speaking as to their operations and what they intend to do and how this will be operated in strict compliance with the requirements of zoning and planning and all the other discussions that have happened with the city and the surrounding stakeholders. So without further ado, I'd like to call Ms. Gerritsen for your consideration. Ms. Gerritsen, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
And you were sworn in, so we don't need to go through the formal swearing in. You've already been sworn in.
Yes, sir.
We are making a record. Would you please tell these good folks what you do for a living?
Yes, sir. My name, once again, is Eva Gerritsen. I'm one of the owners of Liquor Licensing Professionals, doing business as Liquor Pros. We are a professional survey company that conducts needs and desire surveys for both liquor and marijuana licenses and cabaret licenses throughout the entire state of Colorado. We are also listed under Colorado Department of Revenue under a Colorado Responsible Vendor Trainer for the state of Colorado. We also do distance measurements for licenses as well.
Were you retained by the applicant today, Rocky Mountain Paddleboard, to circulate a petition in furtherance of the pending application for the hotel and restaurant class liquor license?
Yes, sir, we were.
Do you guarantee your results, Ms. Gerritsen?
No, sir, we do not. We advertise ourselves and we put ourselves out there as a third party petitioning company, which means we just simply provide the information and then any feedback we get is what the applicant gets. We even have that specific language in our agreement with the applicant that we do not guarantee results.
And how long have you and or Liquor Pros been circulating petitions here in the great state of Colorado?
Liquor Pros has been here since 2009. I joined them in 2013, and I took over ownership in 2017, March of 2017.
So it's safe to say that this organization and under your ownership as well has been doing this for at least over 10 plus years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Approximately how many petitions has your organization circulated in furtherance of, and we'll limit it for alcohol licenses that are either issued by the local or state licensing authority?
If we're doing alcohol, the total amount of surveys that I have personally been involved in has been now 4,200 surveys. So right now we are backing off. If we consider just the alcohol, it would hover around like 3,800, somewhere around there.
Okay. And I trust if you've circulated out those many petitions, 3,000, 4,000 plus petitions, you folks have policies and procedures in place that you adhere to when you circulate petitions. Is that correct?
That is correct. Because we've worked in so many different jurisdictions right now, we've worked in over 120 different jurisdictions. Each jurisdiction has different requirements, different maps, different boundary areas. So what we try and do is we try and adhere to the same policy, procedure, and process throughout our organization so that we remain as consistent as possible to make sure that we're not expanding out of that as well.
And can you please describe to the chairperson and members of the authority what you do in furtherance of gathering the information necessary to circulate the petitions and then going about circulating the petitions in the designated neighborhood, meaning where do you start? Where do you typically do to ensure you obtain a fair representation of the sampling within the neighborhood?
Sure. So with this particular survey, we conducted the survey on the dates of Thursday, June 26th, Friday, June 27th.
Ms. Gertson, you froze on us. I'm hoping there
How
you
about
go.
there? Did it go?
There it goes.
I do apologize. We have a massive rainstorm going on right now, flooding warning and everything. So I do apologize if it blips out. So I will try and get back on as soon as possible.
I can tell you where you left off was telling the dates that you first started to circulate the petitions.
Okay, so we conducted them on June 26th. I'll repeat that, June 27th, June 28th, June 30th, July 1st, and July 4th, working around weather, holidays, all of that as well. So our process and procedure is we get in contact with the city clerk's office there in Boulder. They provide us with the petition packets. We use their petition packets as a part of that. The map is included in that. They also provide us with a liquor license application summary page for door-to-door neighborhood petitioning. We carry that one with us as well. This gives the information, the applicant's name, the trade name, business location, the occupancy square footage, business description, operating hours, how many same types of licenses in the same area, the application type, the defined neighborhood, and the hearing information. So we do carry that along with us. They also provide us with both business and residential petition forms, and we use those to circulate as well. Our process is simple. Basically, what we try to do is we start in close to the area and then we expand our survey out, gathering as much feedback as we can in order to provide the authority with enough information so that they can make their determination based off of our results on whether or not there is a clear need and desire for this particular license in the area.
And would you please describe to these good folks where did you attempt the door knocks on every residential location within the reservoir area itself and then expand it outward? Can you kind of describe that to the authority?
We do. So because this area is, it does include Boulder County and the city of Boulder, we don't differentiate from that. We just simply focus on the area that is in closest to the location, and then we work our way out from there. The language is very important. We do also work with our surveyors to make them understand, once again, what type of liquor license is being applied for, the language they would use at the door to make sure that they're not saying, are you okay or not okay with this license, using specific language like, are you in favor, not in favor? Here is the entire packet, as far as handing over the clipboard with all the packet information, so that these folks can read for themselves, especially on that summary page, about what the application is, and then go through the whole entire thing. So we try and be as transparent as possible with folks.
And can you please describe the results that were obtained as a result of following your process and procedures and circulating the petitions?
Yes, sir. So, given the amount of area, this is quite a bit of area, which goes across the highway from Diagonal Highway as well. And then this one expanded further out west. There is quite a bit of Boulder County in there, so there's quite a bit of a gap of land there. So we did want to make sure that we started in on the border of, or the residents in closest, and then gathered more feedback. We also wanted to make sure that we touched in with all the other licenses of similar types to give them notification as well, in order to be as clear and transparent as possible. We made attempted contact with 804 business owners, managers, and residents, and of that, we obtained a total of 211 signatures. 54 were from business owners and managers. On the business packet, it does ask them to identify themselves as a business owner or a manager. So they do have to identify themselves that way. Of the 54, we had 54 signatures, all signed in favor at 100%. We then obtained a total of 157 residential signatures. Of the 157, we had 120 sign in favor at 76%, and then we had 37 that were not in favor at 24%. If we combine the business and residential, and these are just our raw numbers, we have 174 signatures signing in favor at 82%, and 37 that were opposed to this license at 18%. We do actually, on our page 2 of our report, we do list not qualified contacts, such as owner or manager that's not available, folks that are under 21, because this is a college town. If we do see somebody that is of younger age, we do try and ID them to make sure that they are over 21 as well. Non-residents, which may mean a VRBO or maybe a grandma, babysitting, something of that nature, that do not belong at that resident, and then no English spoken or read. The reasons for declining to participate, once again, we are an unbiased, but we do not push people to do this. So we offer the folks the opportunity to do that. If they decline, we actually just at least make sure that we log that down on our tally sheets. We had 32 folks that declined to sign any petitions or surveys. 26 stated they were too busy. 15 were not interested. 6 folks were against company policy, meaning that their company does not allow them to sign on in favor or opposed to any license, or I guess application of this type, and then 6 with no opinion. We also have logged down the reasons for opposition signatures. On the petition packets for Boulder, there is an area where, once again, when we get there, we do ask folks to try and write in why they are in favor or opposed to this license, in order to provide the authority with more feedback from the community as to why they are in favor or opposed. There are reasons, once again, that could be disqualified. Once again, if somebody doesn't drink alcohol, they can't be in favor of it. If somebody has other issues, there are reasons for and opposed that could be possibly disqualified. We do actually list the reasons for opposition signatures. the reasons, there's 12 who provided to decline us with a reason as to why they were opposed. 8 stated that hours. 2 had rural areas noise, and then we had 12 that had concerns with traffic noise and drunk driving on that highway going towards there. If we remove those signatures that are don't necessarily speak to the needs and desires, and we have that listed below that, that actually bumps the in favor petitions up to, or signatures up to 90%, and the opposed to 10% as well.
So as I understand this, Ms. Gerritsen, the raw numbers are 82% in support versus 18% in opposition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And based on your 10 plus years and thousands of petitions being circulated here in the great state of Colorado, is it your opinion that these results are indicative that the needs of the neighborhood and the desires of the inhabitants support the issuance of the license?
Yes, there are 9 other licenses of similar types, but the 82% still shows a positive need and desire for this license, and that those existing licenses have not yet met that need. So yes.
And then, as you mentioned, if we delete some of these signatures or not include them based on responses provided on forms issued by the city of Boulder, those results go even higher.
That is correct. That is correct. There was quite a bit of excitement about this just to add more in. I think the population growth is starting to expand in Boulder, and you can definitely see it moving north. So I think more folks out that way are looking for more options as far as food and beverage.
And based on circulating these petitions and being involved in this industry for as long as you've been involved in, did you see other certain factors that may be indicative of why these results were so favorable for this applicant?
Yeah, we did notice that the diagonal highway running through there has quite a bit of traffic going up and down that highway, which means that particular highway is getting used more. If you go back and you look at Department of Transportation, they actually predict more growth coming in the upcoming years. So yes, we did see more and new houses being built out there as well. So yes, this is a growing community. So I think, and definitely changing community. We did make sure that with the individuals that stated that they were in close on Kelso Road, Valhalla, the other streets that were in close, we did find that there were new folks that moved in there as well, and they are looking for more food options that were close to there, because in order for them to drive, they have to come back down 51st Street and then scoot across and either go to a restaurant across the diagonal highway or once again head all the way west. So they were looking for something that was close in the area.
So the folks that are living like within within that confines of the reservoir per se, there are no liquor licenses within that area, are there not?
Yeah, there's not. Definitely not within a mile.
And so this would be a convenient location should it be granted to satisfy the thirst needs of those individuals residing therein.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to advise the hearing, the authority as to the circulation of the petitions, the results obtained, and your understanding thereof?
Not unless they have any questions of myself.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? I don't see any. Thank you, Ms.
I
Garrett.
have questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Oh,
Well, I just clicked on.
hello, Mr. Crane.
Thank you. I've got a number of questions, and
Yes,
I
sir.
wonder if we could see, or at least refer to page 4 of your final report. which shows the area and the residential versus the commercial solicitations. If I understand it right, the commercial, there are 8 or 9, maybe 10 restaurants or bars serving alcohol, 4 or 5 to the right of diagonal, and 4 or 5 to the left of whatever it is, 36 or Foothills Parkway, and
That is
essentially
correct.
nothing in between.
That is correct.
And you've marked in red where the residential places are that you've solicited. I went through and looked at the yeses and the nos, the fors and the against. And if we look in that red area in the middle, in the within a mile of Boulder Reservoir, it breaks down something like 31 against and 13 for. Is that correct? Am I basically right on that?
You are correct on that. Yes, you are correct on that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Those were
and
the
then,
and so those were the ones with the most concern with regards to drivers leaving the reservoir, being intoxicated, drunk drivers, of that nature. Yes.
yeah, noise and other safety issues, bike riders and runners.
Yes, sir.
In addition, that space in the middle, I mean, if you're gonna leave, your only access into the reservoir is through 51st Street. Is that correct? Or, well, I suppose that's not right. You could come over from the
No.
north, and come down.
Yes, that is
So there are
correct.
really
Yes,
2 ways to come in, both of them from diagonal.
that is correct.
Uh,
And
and
then,
it-
well, and then you could come off from the west side as well. So if you're coming in from the west, not just the diagonal highway, but there are roads coming in from the west as well. So, yeah.
I stand corrected. You can come across on J Road and then go back up 51st Street. You're totally
Yes, sir.
right. As I looked at your map and your scale, you have 1 inch equals 4,500 feet. That's a pretty unusual area for you to be surveying, isn't it? I mean, I've seen a number of your surveys, and we have a number of other petitions today, and they're 1,600 feet, 1,900 feet. If you were to go west or east, or certainly west from the reservoir, a mile or a mile and a half, that would be equivalent to what you test in other areas, but there's nobody there after the first half a mile or something, correct?
I mean, I would
You're
assume
looking,
so.
I guess part of what I'm asking it isn't this a pretty unusual neighborhood, if you were to call it a neighborhood, to be surveying? You've got a large area to the east and a large area to the west, and then something in the middle with a lot of space in between and a single or multiple road access into it. It's an unusual neighborhood, isn't that right?
Yes, it is. And to be fair with this, Boulder, the city of Boulder, most of my jurisdictions, if they allow us to do surveying, they give us a set amount of like a half a mile radius, all of that. Sometimes what we get from the city of Boulder is not always consistent with that. So there are some larger areas, smaller areas. We basically work with whatever the city of Boulder provides for us. But you are correct. That is quite a bit of space, given the fact that it does include the Boulder Reservoir and it does include Boulder County in there as well.
Yeah, I know you work with what you get, and that's the way it is. But if you were to go 2 miles west of the restaurant, you still wouldn't reach the area that you had to survey in the on the west side, to the west of what is Foothills or 36. I can't tell from your map, but I'm just thinking of the size. The question I'm asking is, have we got the right definition of neighborhood here? And that is something I understand we have to consider and make a final decision on.
Let's decide it.
Yes, sir. And to be to clarify that, Mr. Crane, once again, I believe you keep saying my map, but it is actually the city of Boulder that provided the map to us. So I do apologize for that. But I think the reason that it was extended out is because there are so many new developments going on in there. In fact, I believe there is an annexation of property going in there that they're looking to try and develop to help support the growth of Boulder that will spill over into that Boulder County. Right there, just above 21st Street and 28th Street, right there along the Foothills Highway as well. Also, it's the amount of folks that frequent the Boulder Reservoir. I do understand that the Valhalla and the Westridge and the 51st Street are in there and they've been there for a while, but there were folks on both sides that were excited about having something there because they also frequent the Boulder Reservoir and partake in activities out there on the reservoir as well. So I think it is fair. The last license that we did in the area or tried to do in the area only obtained, there were only about 14 City of Boulder residents. This map, I believe, did show a more fair and allowed more of the city of Boulder to have a feedback in whether or not they can have the and whether or not to show if there's a need and desire for this one, because I believe the maps in the past heavily weighed on just Boulder County and did not do that didn't allow the city of Boulder to provide any feedback. So I do believe that this, given that it's a unique area because it is all the way up north, did give a much better or fair area to show folks that frequent the area and who might be interested or not interested in this location or this license.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Crane.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other questions from the board? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you so much, Ms. Gerritsen.
Thank you, Member Roberts.
Okay. Mr. Staben, would you like to continue?
Yes, please, and thank you. We now like to call Stacy Cole, please. I see that she's on.
Well, Ms. Cole, I'm going to need to swear you in before you can get started. Can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Stacycole, and my address is 208 East Geneseo Street in Lafayette, Colorado.
Thank you. Can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cole, how are you today?
I'm very good. How are you?
Good. Would you please tell these folks what you do for a living?
I work for the City of Boulder Parks and Recreation Department, and I manage the Boulder Reservoir.
How long have you worked with Park and Rec?
I have worked with Parks and Recreation since 1996.
And how long have you been in charge of the reservoir?
Since 2006.
And what are your job duties and responsibilities in your work of employment?
I oversee all of the recreation that happens at the Boulder Reservoir. I also oversee all of the maintenance and user group contracts, and I manage the main building space and the concessionaire that is in there.
And based on doing this since 2006, are you kind of familiar where the attendees come from? If you would, I know I'm asking the question. You heard the board member that asked Miss Gerritsen, well, this is, we're a little broader and beyond. Do the attendees of the reservoir only reside or work within a mile or two of the reservoir, or can you elaborate on that a little bit?
They do not. This particular facility is categorized as a regional facility within our network. And so that means that we serve not only the city of Boulder, but we serve people of Colorado that go all the way down to Durango, all the way to Wyoming. We have a lot of people that come visit our facility that are from out of state. So it is not just City of Boulder residents that we are serving.
Okay. And in the process of working in the capacity that you do for the city and Parks and Recs, have you become familiar with the location that we're asking to be licensed with a hotel and restaurant class license?
I have.
And how did you become initially familiar with this process?
So the City of Boulder had a concept plan that the community approved in 2017, and that was to build the current building that is on site at the Boulder Reservoir. And part of that approval process was that this building could accommodate and offer food and beverage services for the Boulder Reservoir stakeholders and the community and the regional draw that we have.
So, and this was, you said, approved by the city, and how was this approved by the city?
It was approved through our planning process. So it went through our planning process and we worked with the City of Boulder Planning Department as well as our boards to get that plan approved.
And once approved, what was the building constructed? Do you recall?
The building was completed in 2019.
And since 2019, has the building been in operation?
Yes, it has been in operation.
And can you describe to the authority how that building's been operated up until the present here?
We have our administrative offices that are housed in that building. We also have a bathhouse, which is locker rooms, changing rooms, bathrooms. And then we have what we consider the cafe space, and then we have a commercial kitchen. We have been through several renditions of the use of the cafe and the commercial kitchen, which included a contract with a previous concessionaire, and it also included us running the cafe space.
And when you were running the cafe space, were you meaning the city, was
Correct.
the city conducting events out there? Were they having food and events, and would maybe alcohol as well? Can you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Sure. This particular facility is a facility where you can bring your own alcohol into the facility. So we do facilitate a number of events throughout the course of the year, not only in the cafe space, but also on the grounds of the reservoir that include alcohol that is brought in by the party that is renting the space.
And do you have ideas of numbers, a number of attendees of these events that you were putting on? Is it a 2 or 3 person, or is it a several tens of people or hundreds of people? I don't know. This is our first time talking. I just
Yes.
want to hear what you have to say about the events you put on.
Absolutely. The City of Boulder doesn't put on these events.
Right.
We contract with other individuals for the space to hold these events. So over the course of 1 year, we facilitate about 30 to 35 special events, which are public access, so triathlons and marathons and things like that. In addition to that, we do probably around 300 picnics, and those are corporate parties, family functions, weddings, rehearsal dinners, all of those types of events that rent our spaces. And the number of people that we serve for those events is probably, I would say, maybe 10 to 15,000.
Okay. And so my point here is the city's been activating this space for hospitality related events.
That is correct.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with Rocky Mountain Paddleboard?
We have been in a partnership with Rocky Mountain Paddleboard since 2017. We have had a contract with them and they take care of all of our rental needs for small craft rentals as well as some motorboat rentals. And then in 2025, January, February-ish, we started to have some conversations about how we might expand that relationship to have them provide the food and beverage in the cafe space.
And are you familiar with the owners and operators of Rocky Mountain Paddleboard and their experience in the hospitality world?
I am.
Okay, and did that give you and the city a comfort level of retaining a good operator to operate the food and beverage?
Absolutely. Knowing that they have operated within our community previously and are currently operating within our community, as well as knowing that they've been a longtime partner with us and entering into this agreement with them provides us the opportunity to expand that relationship that we've already known to be a very positive, successful relationship.
And it's my understanding that they've been operating the cafe since June 6th or something of that nature. Does that ring a bell?
That is correct.
And you understand that we're here asking for the city to allow this operation to sell and serve alcohol as well.
That is correct.
And do you believe there is a need for this license to be granted?
I believe that there is a need for this license to be granted. It was part of the contract that we put together for them that this was an allowed use for this space.
And did you and Rocky Mountain Paddleboard engage in community outreach in furtherance of desiring the liquor license to be issued? And if you did, I'll open in the question. Can you please elaborate on how that all happened and when that happened, if you would?
Absolutely. We typically do a meeting for our community and our users at least once a year to update them on things that are happening at the reservoir changes. We had this meeting in April of 2025, and Rocky Mountain Paddleboard representatives were present at this meeting as we discussed what their plan was for the use of this space and the services that we would collaborate on to provide for our community members. And then in addition to that, we recently had another public meeting that I was present at more as just support to talk with the neighborhood about their concerns and address any of the outlying concerns that they had regarding this particular piece of their contract.
And in furtherance of these discussions and community outreach, did you, the city, and Rocky Mountain Paddleboard take those concerns and address them in potential hours of operation or type of license seeking to be granted, those types of things?
Absolutely. This was part of the conversation from the very beginning, in terms of hours of operation, ensuring that they understood that we had worked with the community and we had gotten feedback from them through previous renditions of contracts that the hours of operation for this particular use would end at 9 p.m. And they were very open to those conversations and they understood the reasoning behind why we were reaching for that particular goal.
And it's my understanding too that another requirement was there having to be a real bona fide restaurant. This is a restaurant
Yes.
cafe component rather than a bar.
Yes, that is correct. The main reason initially that we wanted the space was to be able to provide a food option for our users because there is nothing in close proximity for people to get food.
Okay. And I know we're just focusing on this application because this is the application that's before the authority. Do you believe the neighbors' concerns relative to the operations were adequately or more than adequately addressed in working with the applicant and planning and development and other stakeholders within the city to, again, unanimous consent, we're never going to get it. We live in a community that if unanimous consent was the level, we would have anarchy. But I mean, do you feel comfortable about what's being presented today?
I absolutely feel comfortable about what is being presented today.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Ms. Cole, you'd like to advise the authority? I know this is our first time speaking here, but anything else you'd like to talk about the authority and wish to get out there on behalf of the applicant?
I will just say that we've had a lot of support for this from many of our users, our longtime users that I've known for many years and have really supported as we've moved forward with the desire to have this type of an operation at the Boulder Reservoir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cole. I don't have any further questions at this time. Obviously, the authority may have some questions of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Cole from members of the authority? I have a question. Ms. Cole, I'm wondering how you feel about the safety of people driving or leaving the property after maybe more consumption than has been in the past. Do you have concerns about that? How do you? And I bring this up because of the valid concerns in the packet that were delivered to us. And obviously being a resident, I have valid concerns about that.
Absolutely. And I can speak as me personally. Yes, I do have concerns, but I have concerns about that when I'm driving to work at 4 o'clock in the morning, and not just on 51st Street, but just driving on the roads at that time. So it's a concern that exists at many places and locations if you're driving a car or riding a bike. I will say that we do allow alcohol currently, and in this particular case, this is a very much controlled environment for service of that alcohol, where currently people can bring in their own alcohol and drink, and our staff may not be even aware that they're drinking. So this gives us an opportunity to have some more control over the consumption of alcohol at this location.
Will people still be able to bring in their own alcohol, or will it be limited to the cafe?
People will still be able to bring in their own alcohol.
Okay. And how is that monitored? Like under age?
It's a public facility. We don't monitor people that are bringing in alcohol to the facility.
I guess I just thought since it's a recreation facility, there would be maybe more concern or more due diligence about people drinking there.
We do have rangers that patrol on a regular basis and are consistently, checking in with groups that are on site. And we have protocol in place where if we have concerns about a consumption issue, that we do call our rangers and they come in and address the situation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? Any other questions? Member Crane?
Excuse me. I found your answers very helpful, and particularly on the alcohol question, which has been one that stood out for everybody. Of course, I think nothing remarkable there. I'm a little confused about some of the materials in terms of the hours. The application says 10 to 6. The cafe menu says 10 to 6, but I'm hearing 10 to 9 or 12 to 9. What are going to be the rules on that?
I believe the application is from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. as the time that they can serve alcohol. Our facility closes at 9 p.m. in the high season, and the cafe, the 10 to 6 is coming from, that's typically when the cafe is open on a daily basis, is that 10 to 6 time frame. And so alcohol service will be able to be provided between that 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. time frame.
What happens to the gates at 9 p.m.?
The gates at 9 p.m. are on a timer and they close at 9 p.m.
People who have been in the restaurant and drinking be able to leave later than that?
It depends. We do have people that are on site probably until 9:30, and it's not only people in the cafe, but a lot of our boaters take a minute to get out of the facility. So we typically staff people till 9:30-ish, to allow people exit without having to call in to dispatch to get a police officer to come out and let them out of the facility.
That helps me understand. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Ms. Cole, so just to follow up on one of Member Green's questions. So let's say if the facility is not staffed, and someone happens to be remaining in the facility and they are consuming alcohol past 9:30 when it's not staffed anymore, they would have to call dispatch, and a Boulder City Boulder police officer would be there to take them out of. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Any more questions for Ms. Cole? Okay, I will pass back to you, Mr. Stapin.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grant, please.
How are you?
Very well.
Thank y'all for joining. Appreciate it.
So, sir, you've been sworn in. Why don't you state and spell your name for the record since it's been a while?
Sure thing. Henry Grant, Henry, last name Grant.
And can you tell these folks your background in the hospitality world?
Sure thing. Yeah, I started a business with a buddy about 10 years ago. We opened up the Rayback Collective 9 years ago, which is crazy to think about. So we've been in operation at the current address in the city of Boulder at 2775 Valmont. We've been in operation for 9 years. We manage a large facility, around 6,000 to 7,000 square feet indoors, 7,000 square feet outdoors. We're typically open 7 days a week. We open in the morning for coffee and co-working, and typically close between 9 and 10 p.m. on the weekends. It's been a family-friendly business that's been able to survive COVID and be a part of the fabric of the community, hosting events ranging from corporate parties, launch parties. We've hosted several weddings, bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, birthdays, you kind of name it. We've done lots of celebrations of life. It's been a really fun business to be a part of. After that business opened in 2016, we opened a similar concept in Denver called Improper City that operates in the Five Points area in Denver. That business has been open 7 years as well. Both businesses do retain a tavern liquor license, and we have been operating that business with 0 infractions, both within the city of Boulder and the city and county of Denver, for the last 9 years and 7 years, respectively, between the two businesses. Again, just to restate, being a part of a business with multiple points of sale, large indoor, large outdoor spaces, different events that are happening at one time while still servicing the general public, keeping things contained within the 4 walls of the building, as well as the exterior of the premise to make sure that alcohol is not leaving the premise or coming on, making sure that our team is IDing folks. So 1 ID, 1 drink. We'll keep that same consistency that we do there. We'll have that at the reservoir. And then also just making sure as people come on site, with this being specifically at the reservoir where people can drink, it's going to be really incumbent on our staff to really, utilizing our training to, ascertaining whether somebody is, had too much to drink already. And so just looking at those visual cues, both from their speech, their body language, their eyes, all of that really kind of tells the story on how much they've consumed. And so I think a lot of good communication amongst our staff is going to be really important in a facility like the reservoir, knowing that alcohol can be consumed offsite. And but I say offsite, I mean outside of our licensed premise.
And I know you're partnering with Mr. Mendelson. Are you aware of his background in the hospitality world?
Yes, Adam and I were connected via some mutual friends. Adam has several concepts that operate in the state of California, both running events and hospitality restaurants, and has got a long-standing relationship with the different liquor license authorities in those respective municipalities with, similar to my background, no infractions of any kind with those municipalities that he can speak to if he needs to. But yeah, a lot of experience between the two of us over the last 2 years owning and operating businesses that operate in multiple jurisdictions with zero infractions and just a heavy focus on safety and also having a good time as well.
Now, I'd like to now direct your attention, Mr. Grant, to the Boulder Reservoir. We heard Ms. Cole speak about kind of how this all began X many years ago with the building being built and wanting to have certain uses in there. When did you first discover a potential opportunity at the Boulder Reservoir?
Yeah, the reservoir has a soft place. Stacy knows this. I used to live in Niwot, not too far away, when my first child was born. Now I have three. We yeah, we were out at the reservoir and kind of heard about, the planning process and what the future of the reservoir could be and what the opportunity was. So I think understanding what the facilities used to look like and what the city's focus was on the future, it is a very desirable place. I think there's a lot of different uses that happen at that facility, and it's a really special place. And so, having a unique opportunity to run a business and be a part of something where you can differentiate yourself as a business to offer an experience that's unlike anything else in the city of Boulder. We live in Colorado. It's a great state, but not much water exists, and so the water that does exist is highly regulated. So yeah, I mean, just as a business person, just having an opportunity to be next to water and kind of give a little nostalgic from where I used to live and where I grew up, um, was really intriguing and really enticing. And so we elected, before the building was finished, to not move forward with a potential contract there. And have, kind of waited to see how things played out. But once the opportunity came up to kind of pair the operation that's happening at Rocky Mountain Paddleboard, and then finding, my experience over the last 9 years. I've gained a lot of experience in this industry, so I think it all worked out for a reason. And so now I can, sit before the board now and say, I have the experience. I've operated a liquor license within the city of Boulder. I have a good idea of what people want, what people are asking for, and then how to do it safely.
And so ultimately, you did reach an agreement with the city to operate the food and beverage at the cafe there.
That's correct. Right now, we're under a pilot contract for 1 year, which will end at the end of this year. And should Stacy choose to have us back, and, barring how things work out today, there'd be mutual interest in pursuing that contract potentially for another pilot year. Stacy can confirm if we'll have another pilot year. And then after that, depending upon where both parties are, then at that point there would be a full-blown opportunity request for proposal where other groups could potentially bid on an opportunity to become the concessionaire there. But right now we're operating on a 1-year contract.
Okay, so this is a 1-year contract to test on both sides the viability of this business and to ensure both sides are good operators and good corporate citizens.
That's correct. Yep. So the plan is, I mean, obviously it's almost August, so I think the timing of it has not been ideal, but I think every process works itself out. And I think, the 2-week delay was difficult, but nonetheless, we're here. I think, having any sort of runway this year to be able to test out and understand what customers are asking for. I think being able to operate the business thus far since the beginning of June to now has given us a really good idea of what people want, both on the menu side, on the food side, but then also on the beverage side. I think there's been numerous interactions where folks are coming in asking if we do have alcohol and us having to decline that. So I think further supporting this needs and desires of having an operation there that can provide something that they're not getting right now that they could potentially bring on their own in their own cooler. I think we could bring something to the table that is different and unique, but it has been an evolution from what we anticipated at the very beginning of the season to what people are asking for. And so I think we're not going to have a huge runway in terms of the reservoir season. There is a possibility for hosting indoor events during the shoulder seasons. But again, all that's kind of predicated on how this meeting goes today and what sort of economic viability we have as a business to be able to, execute on those events.
Okay, so as of now, just we understand this, June 6th, 2025 is when you took over the day-to-day operations of the cafe.
That's correct.
And you're not able to sell any alcohol now, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned it, but I want to touch upon it so it doesn't get lost here. Have you had consumers at the reservoir attend the cafe and ask for alcohol to be purchased?
Yes, numerous. Whether that's, some of the events, the triathlons, the marathons, those events have asked for it and come into the cafe when we're there in the morning serving burritos and coffee and things like that. And then just to normal weekend operations where people are at the beach, at the swim beach, or they're, out on the boats or renting paddle boards and then coming back to the facility and asking, what sort of menu we have. I think it's been great so far to be able to offer the food we have, but again, being able to layer in those additional pieces, both economically and giving, what people are asking for would be really helpful.
Would it be fair to say, Mr. Grant, that you would not be wanting a liquor license unless there was a need for it?
Correct.
And we heard Ms. Cole talk about the events that Boulder would, allow individuals or corporations to rent out the space and have. Can you let the authority and those that are attending from the neighborhood, let them understand kind of what type of events you anticipate seeing here should this license be granted, as you guys being the food and beverage operator?
Yeah, we actually hosted one of our first events today. We had a group of rangers that were out, 30 to 40 people that, kind of wanted a display of food. So we put together some sandwiches and some other snacks and beverages for them. But, in that particular event, it was unclear to my knowledge in terms of whether or not they were asking for alcohol. But I think given the time of day and the group for that particular event, alcohol was not a need for that one. But we have received several other inquiries that Stacy's team, as they receive inquiries in, if it's events that are related to parties that happen outside the four walls or the patio, and it is happening on the grounds at the reservoir. At this point, we are not taking over the coordination of those events. But if there is any sort of indication that those events want to take place within the four walls of the building or on the patio, Stacy is then passing those inquiries off to us, and then we are working through those types of events. But again, it could be corporate, it could be rehearsal dinners, it could be birthday parties. All of those inquiries have come in, and those are the type of events we want to be able to service. If there's other community activations that can happen within the hours that we're allowed to operate as a regional recreation facility and before the gates close, if that's a movie night on the patio or something like that, those are the types of events we'd love to be able to operate and provide. And I'll just state it too, like we are in a unique position to where, the viability of our business, somewhat is heavily dependent on this license. We are serving homemade focaccia pizza right now. We have a back of house team that's, curating a whole grab and go menu and layering on these additional pieces. But this is a big part of our business. And we already have a unique challenge enough to be able to service people that have gate fees to get into the facility, and then, drawing them into our facility to then, further spend money. So I think it's just, worth noting that this is extremely important to our business.
And being extremely important to your business and being a very successful operator as your partner, Mr. Mendelson, in the alcohol-related area, did you reach out to the community and the neighbors and have discussions with them in furtherance of trying to finalize the lease agreement and your ability to have the food and beverage operation there at the reservoir? And if you did, hate to be compound question, just want you to get there. can you describe what you got, what you did and what kind of conversations you had with these folks?
Absolutely. Yeah. Stacy was very good about creating some introductions specifically to the neighborhoods that are along 51st Street and very close proximity to the reservoir. So I think it was important for us and incumbent on us to come in and kind of understand, some of the prior pain points that the neighborhood had with either other concessionaires or just the use in general of the reservoir as a larger facility that hosts, many triathlons and events and things that, that do create traffic on the road. And so once that first meeting happened, I think it was really important for us to kind of not pull a bait and switch and not, as some people have said, a Trojan horse. I mean, this is not, there's no poker playing here. I think we already operate a business that's a concessionaire with the city of Boulder. And so for us to come in here and try to do a bait and switch and jeopardize the viability of our core business, which is in our name, Rocky Mountain Paddleboard, I think would be really short-sighted on our part. So it was really important for us to kind of understand the prior history and prior agreements that were in place with the city, with other concessionaires, what pain points were there, understanding those, and then adopting our business and changing things to make sure that we are being a good neighbor and we're listening to the folks that are heavily impacted by our use and the facility's use. So that was the first meeting. And then once the petitions took place during the June timeframe, I think there was some confusion about our hours of operation menu, what the ultimate goal was. And so the neighborhood was very helpful in providing some specific bullet points for some concerns. And if there anything was deviating from the first meeting, which I thought was very positive, and I can say that, kind of speaking somewhat on behalf of the neighborhood with their approval. And I think there's some folks on there that will, second this, but it was very, again, there were some old wounds, but I think the positive nature of our interaction was really well received. And I think having the second meeting again to make sure that those items were cleared up and everything was clear in terms of our intentions and our operations and ultimately what our goal was. Understanding that we're not going to be perfect. We're not going to be able to agree to everybody's demands or anything like that. But I think we've done a very, very good job as a good neighbor to listen, to understand, while still balancing, running a business and trying to stay viable and employ people that live and work within the city of Boulder.
And as part of that process, you had to have approval from planning and development or planning and zoning relative to the floor plan, the hours of operation and that stuff. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep, we went through several renditions with the planning and development as well as the liquor authority to make sure that everything was in compliance from a zoning perspective and seat counts and fire code and all that kind of stuff.
And just so everyone's aware, you are restricted to hours of operation that cannot be changed unless you go back to the city and the city has the outreach all over again, and you have to go through approval process. So this hours of operation that you mentioned being restricted, this isn't something that could be undone with a blink of an eye or a light switch. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think speaking to just making sure, going back to the term of a bait and switch,
Right.
If there was a bait and switch, it's going to be very obvious to everybody because we'll have to post publicly again and go through this whole same process again to make sure that the neighborhood, their voices are heard and the concerns are brought forth to this board so that we can speak to whatever changes that we anticipate. But again, it's really helped for us to understand, to be able to operate this summer thus far, because I think already we're already finding opportunities, but also, pulling back in certain areas and kind of understanding what this facility is and what people want out of it. And so I think we're adjusting our business already. So I think we've learned a lot already, and I'm thankful for that opportunity that Stacy's given us thus far.
And just so we make a record of it, even though it's already in their file, but your hours of operation are limited and restricted to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Saturday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your floor plan that was approved cannot be changed or modified unless you go through the exact same process that we've gone through so far. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And same with your indoor licensed premises square footage and the outdoor store square footage. Those cannot be changed or modified unless we go through this public outreach and public hearing process.
That's confirmed. Yes.
All right. Knowing the reservoir, you've heard Miss Garrettson say there's nothing else around there. You referenced earlier that this liquor license is very imperative for the business. Would you agree that this would be a convenient location for folks who are enjoying the regional reservoir to be able to have a bite to eat and purchase an alcohol beverage?
Correct. Yeah, I'm also a huge cyclist and runner, and I think the reservoir is kind of the stopping point if you're, doing any gravel riding, or if you're trail running, or if you're, cycling through, training for a particular event. So I think being able to offer up something substantial both on the food side and the beverage side, and making it a community meeting point or a stopping point on a particular ride, would be really helpful. I think, speaking to the nature of where the facility is located, it's not the easiest. Yes, I think there are some valid concerns, and we'll continue to do our best. I think at different points during our meeting, we've heard particular folks that are not too far away in the Valhalla neighborhood that have said we'd love the ability to be able to walk down here and grab some food, whether that's to go or enjoy it on site, or get a tequila, for instance. I mean, people are asking for it that are close by, but there are concerns, for sure. I mean, with it being such a regional facility with people coming from all over the county and beyond, again, we will continue to do our best to monitor and make sure that folks are not leaving there intoxicated.
And would you agree with me that there's no other liquor outlet within the Boulder Reservoir at this time?
There's not.
And you said earlier that this is like a destination location. Have you seen, or are you getting asked to host events from folks outside of the designated neighborhood, meaning within other parts of the city or the Front Range as a whole?
That's correct. I think with the city of Boulder having, it's just a regional destination, whether that's for weddings, whether that's rehearsal dinners, or anything like that. I think at Rayback, we see a lot of different inquiries that come in from across the board, whether that's, regional, national companies that are here or have a presence here, or want to host something in particular here. I think it's a very desirable and a beautiful place that we all love. And so the facility, the intended purpose was to create a facility where people can, not overrun what's there, but I think they can maximize the beauty that's there within a controlled area, for use.
And I know the designated area was referenced earlier, but are you aware of any growth that has occurred within the area, or any changes that may have occurred over the last couple of years?
There's certainly, growth happening, whether we like it or not. I mean, it's definitely happening. If you look, part of our boundary was set in North Boulder. I mean, if you go all the way west, sure, you're going to pass part of the land that's Boulder County. But if you go to North Boulder, there are changes that are happening there, even coming up from Boulder along the diagonal between 47th and the diagonal. That interchange, there are new apartments there that didn't used to be there. And then obviously, CDOT is working hugely to create a bus lane between Longmont and Boulder. And so that whole corridor, I mean, if you spent any amount of time, it is continue to grow as you make your way up to Longmont and within the city of Boulder as well.
And has that growth impacted your decision on wanting to be the food and beverage operator at the reservoir? Meaning, are you looking, with growth becomes more individuals that may want to
For
have
sure. I mean, I think more bodies and more folks that are willing to, recreate at a facility that's unique. One of the only facilities that has, water within the city of Boulder. And again, going back to the economics, being in a place where you can differentiate yourself as a business to offer something that's a different experience and that's a unique one, that it's a pleasurable one. Not to mention, the inquiries that we have coming in for different group excursions that are happening within Rocky Mountain Paddleboard. I think having the ability to then layer on a food and beverage component, whether that's through catering or other events, or just another outlet for marketing purposes to say, hey, if you come to the reservoir, not only can you do these things, but now we have the ability to offer food and beverage should that be a need for you.
Great. I'd like to direct your attention now, Mr. Grant, to the floor plan. I know you're intimately familiar with it. This space, I think there's about 2,500 square feet inside and maybe 2,050 square feet outdoor patio. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what hours of operation? We know you're allowed to, under the planning and development, from 7 a.m. through 9 p.m. And we did have a board member ask about hours of operation that sounded to differ from that. Should this license be granted, how do you foresee the operations of the business hours taking effect?
I think with anything, it's dependent on traffic and, how do we control labor costs? How do we control to maximize our ability to make money during the hours when people are there? To be candid, right now, our hours of operation are 11 to 6, and we're actually going Thursday through Sunday right now, and we use the other days for prep days. Unless, like today in particular, we hosted an event midday, and so that happened midday, and so we kind of flexed in terms of whether or not we were open to be able to satisfy that particular event inquiry that came in. But as we kind of move through and people start to go back to school, the hours will probably eliminate Thursday and just be open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So again, to be full transparent, it really depends on what sort of inquiries come in and what sort of traffic is flowing through. Like I said, I think we've learned a lot from the beginning of June until now. I think there's still some additional marketing that needs to happen. I think there's some education that needs to happen with customers to let them know that we are there, because there's been this, is the city managing it? Is it another concessionaire? Is it open? Is it not open? So I think with us, consistency is going to be key, but we still have to control cost and control labor and be open when we can actually make money.
And you referenced earlier that both the locations that you operate, Rayback Collective and Improper City, have quite extensively large outdoor licensed areas. Is that correct?
That's correct. Rayback has over 7,000 square feet and Improper has 13,000 square feet.
And you've testified earlier that you've never had any liquor infraction of alcohol coming or going off the outdoor license premises?
No, not at either location.
And can you tell these good folks what you intend to do to ensure that the same result occurs here at the reservoir should this license be granted? What are you going to do to ensure alcohol does not get brought on? Because as we said before, this is a BYOB reservoir. Either with or without this license, people can come on and bring their own alcohol at the reservoir.
It is.
If this license is granted, they can't do it on your premise. Can you tell these good folks how you're going to control that?
Great question. Yeah. Super valid concern. And we had the same question. We even asked Stacy, maybe from a purely business standpoint, could we not have folks bring their own alcohol? But that was quickly shot down. But I digress on that. We've worked with Stacy in the city. I think initially on the plans where we were looking at stanchions, but we've been able to work with the city to have planter beds that are going to be basically oriented the entire perimeter of our patio. So it's going to be really hard and darn near impossible unless you're jumping over the planter beds, to enter the facility without having to go through a designated location from the patio or the beach area or the boardwalk. That's going to have proper signage that indicates that you cannot bring alcohol onto this premise from outside. And then also signage from the patio and the indoor space going to the outside space that alcohol cannot leave the premise. And I think the most important thing is just be present. Like if there are people that are actively watching that area and educating customers along with the signage, it's I wouldn't say it's easy, but with proper management and oversight and good fundamentals there, you can train people to follow the right rules, and that's worked really well for us.
And now let's talk about the operation itself. You said this is kind of a work in progress a little bit now that you're better understanding the community and those folks that use the regional reservoir. Can you just first let's touch upon the food. What type of food are you providing, and are you providing meals all the time? Can you touch upon the restaurant component?
As a part of our license, if we were granted the approval for it. As a hotel restaurant, we have to offer full meals the entire operation that we're open and have a certain percentage of sales that are come from food. So business partner and I have been able to leverage a James Beard chef from some of his other projects to be able to create homemade focaccia pizza. And so the plan was to kind of build a program off of that. I wouldn't say that we're pivoting from that, but I think there's been some needs and desires to kind of grow that menu, whether that's French fries, hand breaded chicken tenders, or burgers, hot dogs, that kind of thing. So we're kind of adapting the menu as best as we can, kind of on the fly this season, and kind of over the off season look to expand or maybe pivot away from certain things. We're also doing a grab and go program for food, so that could be chicken salad, that could be chicken Caesars, it could be vegetables and hummus. So there's different grab and go options. So if people want to come in and grab those particular options to either go out on their boat, they can take those items, or if they want to grab items related to just enjoying on the patio, that's something that we can do. But as of right now, it's homemade focaccia pizza and hamburgers, hot dogs, and the grab and go. And then we have ice cream. We do have a soft serve machine as well. And then we do popsicles and some other things. And the plan is over the off season to kind of build out the quote unquote marketplace area where the pool table used to be. And so the plan is to kind of build that out. So again, it can be an opportunity for the neighborhood to come down. I'm not saying that we would eventually, have eggs or things like that, but if it could be a mini market or something like that, where if folks need to grab something that, they don't want to get in their car and drive to a supermarket, whether in Gun Barrel or the city of Boulder, they could come there and grab it if we're open.
And now let's talk about the alcohol component. A hotel and restaurant class license allows you to sell beer, wine, and spirits. What type of alcohol do you intend to have available and the quantities thereof should this license be granted?
Again, I've said it before, I think it goes back to a lot of what the customer demand is and what they're asking for. A couple of folks in the neighborhood said, "I love tequila on the rocks." A couple ladies have said, "I'd love some wine." Some other folks, "Give me a light beer that pairs well with a burger and French fries." Other folks have said, "I'd love like a pina colada or a frozen margarita." So those are the types of drinks that we're looking at, bringing on. But having the full spirits, wine, and beer options, and then working through that mix based upon the menu, pairing those together with what people are asking for. But no, I don't ever foresee this being some sort of shots where you come in and are ripping tequila shots. This is not the type of environment we want to create, and I don't think that's the type of environment the city wants, nor do I think that people are asking for that.
And now let's talk about the alcohol training. I know this is not your nor Mr. Mendelson's first rodeo. Can you describe the authority, how you're going to train your staff and to ensure compliance with the standards that both you and Adam have created?
Absolutely. So everybody's already gone through their training with Patrick. Some folks still have their tip certification that's still valid. So again, just making sure from a baseline perspective that everyone has the proper training in place, and then being able to work through that together as a management team as we're delivering service and understanding the pain points, how people are utilizing the facility. Again, I think being here in the facility the last 2 months and watching either large races or just smaller events or just watching the general public, we have a really good idea of where and how people are utilizing the facility, where the pinch points might be, or opportunities for growth in terms of, okay, if somebody comes on here, we've got to make sure that this area is blocked off and we've got to have eyes in this particular area. So that's been really helpful. But yes, making sure the baseline, we're checking IDs. Like I said, one ID, one drink. That helps a ton. If we get to a point where we were so busy that we needed to do some sort of X's on people's wrist or some sort of wristband to keep up with whoever's 21 and over, we could look at that option. At this point, I don't anticipate, based on our traffic that we've seen thus far, that will ever be an issue. So all the points of sale will either come through the bar, and then if we again get busy enough and there's a satellite bar on the patio, again, same types of service where we're watching the visual cues, we're watching people's, you know, how they conduct themselves, both in speech, their eyes, and, you know, how they walk around, how they move their body. We'll have a very good idea of whether or not these people have, you know, consumed alcohol before. And again, all the training that, you know, we go through, that is going to be paramount for us, especially in a facility like this where alcohol is just outside of our patio and, you know, people could be consuming. It's going to be really important for us to continue to watch those visual cues. And if there's particular people, even from the patio, that we can look down to the boardwalk or look on the beach and they're creating a nuisance, not only is the city of Boulder going to step in with their rangers, but then we also can notify our staff, hey, the guy in the red sweatshirt is seems intoxicated on the beach. If they come in, do not serve this individual. And we do that at Rayback. We do that in Proper City. Really good communication about finding people that might try to go to one person, get denied, and then go to the next person. So we're really good about that communication.
And just so we peel the onion a little bit, you folks have an internal training that you provide to your staff, and then you require them to have outside certified training as well?
The city of Boulder, yes, we'll comply with the city of Boulder's you know, required piece to have a liquor license, and making sure those are kept up and renewed each year, and making sure that folks, if they do fall off on the training, you know, that they're renewed for the next class next time if we were to get the liquor license, to make sure each renewal that we're doing, folks are staying up to date. But yes, on a monthly basis and a quarterly basis, making sure myself and our managers are walking through the daily operations, making sure they're being trained. We've also done some internal, you know, stings ourselves to make sure that we're just checking people and making sure they're staying honest. So again, the stings that happen both from you know, the state and the city of Boulder, we've seen those before at other businesses. We'll be ready for those. And yeah, during our training and during our service, all of that will be taken into account.
And in that regard, you're familiar with a horizontal identification versus a vertical identification in Colorado?
Yes.
And what are the differences?
One's over 21, one's under, and we won't be taking any of the vertical IDs. And
you've also familiar operating a bar in a college town with Rayback. Are you going to have ID booklets there as well to ensure that out-of-state IDs are checked against what the proper form should look like? 100%. Yeah, we've even considered looking at the international one. I think just based on the international draw that some of these races do draw, I think it's important for us and our staff to understand, you know, if somebody does bring a passport that's international, how do we make a decision as a management team and as a group to be able to service this person or not? Mr. Grant, I know we spoke a lot about a lot of different subjects. Before I give you the floor to kind of say anything else you'd like to say, you are aware of the concerns the neighbors have and the board members have about potential drunk drivers or traffic vehicular incidents. Have you had any of those stem from Rayback or Improper City, but in your 9-10 years of operating? Not to my knowledge, but no. I mean, most police officers, if they do some sort of DUI, there is some sort of back checking in terms of where they were last, you know, the last drink consumed. But to my knowledge, we've had no issues with that. We keep a fairly thorough record of the daily operations. So we use some software called ShiftNote, and we're just tracking, you know, how operations went, if there's any particular incidents, or if there's interactions with particular people that are becoming a nuisance or drinking too much or cutting them off. It's really good communication amongst our staff to be able to communicate back and forth how the shift went. And if I can't be there physically on site, then that particular manager then can communicate to the next group what happened, what went well, what didn't, what areas of focus we need to look at. Does that answer your question? It does, Mr. Grant. I guess finally, I'll give the floor to you. Do you have anything else you'd like to say to the authority or to those residents who have also attended that I have a feeling that may not be in support of this? Anything to tell those folks? No, I mean, we'll continue to be an open book in terms of meeting with the neighbors and finding ways to improve the business. I think we've been very open and upfront and honest with
our intentions, what we're planning on doing, and how things are going. And if that needs to continue on an annual basis or even throughout the season, I think we're definitely open to that, to do the best we can to try to address any sort of concerns while still keeping the economic viability of our business and what the city's mission is as a regional recreation facility, to be able to balance each one of those different things. I think the valid concerns as it relates to drinking and driving, it's very near and dear to me. I'm a huge runner and cyclist. I've lost one of my best friends in college to a drunk driver running, who was actually going to move out to Boulder from Tennessee. So I guess I just want to say, yeah, I hear you. And it's really important to us. And I think that's why we've worked really hard at our other businesses to really do things responsibly and worked really hard to make sure alcohol is not leaving the premise. People are not leaving too drunk at all. Like it's just not, it's not something that we want to get into. It's the economic viability of my family and our employees. And it's also a partnership with the city of Boulder. So I think it's our responsibility to do that as a good neighbor and do it as a responsible vendor to be able to manage that properly. And I also just want to say, yeah, we have a unique opportunity here, but it does come with a lot of risk. I mean, being next to water does create a great ambiance and a great vibe, but it also does create inherent challenges and opportunities. So I think very close communication with Stacy and her team and the Rangers is going to be really important for us to be able to communicate to make sure people are safely recreating at the facility, both within the facility and when they leave, so that it's a fun, safe environment that we're contributing to a good viability and not something that's going to create any potential risk.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that detail and in-depth questioning. Members of the board, do you have some questions?
Yeah, I have one question for you, Mr. Grant. What do you think are some of the learnings from running like Rayback that you believe will help you prevent overservice and, violation of liquor laws?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you host events inherently, whether that's people bringing alcohol that's gifts, I think that's one particular item, and making sure that those items are not kept on premise, but they're kept in people's vehicles and things like that. I think having a larger patio, I don't think that will be the case with this facility. But understanding which products we serve and which products are in customers' hands, and being able to quickly identify whether that product was sold or not sold from us, and then making sure that that is properly disposed of quickly. And then as individuals, if they're passing drinks, I think that's a huge thing, being able to notify each of the different staff members, whether it's a server or a manager that's on site, being able to know, hey, this particular table, there's people that are under 21, they're passing drinks. And if we need to remove those people from the facility, we've done that before, and I'm happy to do that again.
Thank you. Another question that I had was, around consumption of alcohol from off premises. Have you seen this at some of your other, licensed establishments, and how have you handled that in the past?
We have. I mean, I think whether it's, in Denver or here, if people are, quote unquote bar hopping, again, I don't see this facility as the next stop on, where people are hopping to on their Uber, but we can certainly be aware of it. But I think in this particular facility, I think if people are bringing in their own alcohol and they're spending a considerable amount of time in the sun, or spending this considerable amount of time at the reservoir, and they are drinking, it's going to be really important for us to then be able to, understand, hey, during that interaction and that sale, being able to ask the right questions. Hey, how are you? How long have you been here today? What are you guys up to today? Oh, we've been here drinking all day. Okay, well, that's a good sign for us to be able to say, probably not going to serve those people if they've been here all day and, they're tapped out on their own beverages and now they're looking to top it off. That's going to be really important for us to be able to have those interactions and those personal touch points, to be able to try to glean from people, how long they've been there, what they've consumed, or have they consumed anything.
Yeah, thank you.
Love the questions, but I have to compliment you on on your presentation about your experience and management principles. I think they've got to be very relevant to the immediate neighbors and the concerns that they've expressed, which we obviously have heard and taken into account. You made an effort, as you described early on, to talk to the neighbors, have meetings, identify their concerns, respond to them. Can you identify whether that was before or after Liquor Pro did their surveys of the immediate neighbors and the broader neighborhood?
Sure
What-
thing.
what
So we
time
did
you
meet.
have?
Yeah, once the contract was signed with the city of Boulder, we very quickly mobilized to have a meeting prior to us operating at the reservoir. So this was in April. Stacy can confirm that on the dates, but that was prior to us even operating the food and beverage establishment with no alcohol at the start of the season. And then after Liquor Pros did their petitioning, there was some information that was circulated from the neighborhood as it relates to our first meeting to kind of what was presented either in the application or the way that, things were presented during the petitioning. And so at that point, we felt like it was important for us to be able to clear up before this hearing to make sure that those items were addressed or at least, spoken to, so that all of that was kind of cleared up. Maybe not to their satisfaction, but at least we could be transparent enough to make sure if there were factual errors or omission that things that needed to be cleared up, we could do that at that point. And then also just kind of further speak to establishing some rapport and relationship with the neighborhood, specifically folks in the Valhalla neighborhood, to make sure that those concerns are addressed and they could get to know us more, so that we could start to build some sort of foundation of trust.
Plans to meet with them again if you're issued the license at a later time to discuss how operations are going?
Absolutely. I would love to. I mean, they're our closest customers, so I think any good operator, it would be important to listen to them. And again, I can't promise that I'm going to be able to accommodate every single demand or request or menu item, but I can certainly do my best to be open, available, and upfront with our intentions and what we're trying to do within what the city of Boulder and what the recreation facility allows us to do.
You have a unique facility here. It's very attractive and it's obviously going to attract people from a greater distance. And it's very special. One last factual question, just to clear up in my mind. The application that you filed for a liquor license that you signed back in March calls for your operating hours to be, if I read it right, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and from Thursday to Sunday. I know you're talking about a broader period. I don't have any problem with 9 o'clock under the circumstances. I just want to understand how that application got changed or where the understanding was that changed from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the hours of operation for the restaurant was we were kind of like going to self-impose amongst ourselves based on demand, but still provide us the opportunity, should demand exist, to operate between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. But as we got into the pilot for this season, I think it was very evident in terms of reducing the hours until we can, do some additional marketing and customer awareness that we are available and that, we can be a stop on a bike ride in the morning after or during a ride. And so that's why the hours of operation that we were going to begin with and start with was that 10 to 11 to 6 p.m., knowing that we had the ability to go later and flex based on that. So again, not trying to pull a fast one, but more so
Just
just
trying to
kind of like
understand
speaking to where we think demand's going to be.
So we're looking at a proposed permit through 9 o'clock.
That's correct.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
again, let's, just to be clear, the facility closes at 9 p.m.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Member Crane. Henry, just a couple questions. There wasn't any maps provided to us about the space, and I was wondering what your plans are for alcohol storage. How's it going to be kept safe? How?
Totally. Good. Yeah, good question. So, behind the bar, there will be locked, coolers and things that we'll be able to lock up at the end of the night. And then behind the kitchen, so this is to the north, behind the city's recreation offices, there's a hallway, and then there's a locked storage room that should be on the map. So it should be, if I'm looking at the page to my northwest corner of the building, that's where any excess inventory will be kept and locked.
Okay. And how many employees will be kind of around like during your open hours? And I understand like being able to flex the different hours. I totally get that. So just how are you going to staff for that? What happens when you think you're having a light afternoon and a whole group of people show up?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think, what we've seen this year, again, if this is the start, then at least we have a kind of a base floor plan, and ensuring that we have 1 to 2 folks on the front of house side, and then 1, maybe 2 folks on the back of house side, creating the pizzas and a lot of that. But again, I think what's helpful for us is being able to, on those off days that we're not open, being able to prep for what's coming up. So I think keeping that back of house, somewhat lean, and then kind of focusing the efforts on the front of house side. As of right now, we just don't have the demand on our plan. It does have a mobile bar outside, but as of right now, like we don't have the demand for it, nor do we have the staff to do that. And so if things were to change, then very quickly, then we would, staff up for that and make sure folks are outside, and make sure folks are be able to watch the entry and exit points. But at this point, with no alcohol, limiting ourselves to, 1 to 2 front of house people. And then, like I said, about 1 to 2 on the back house side. But again, yeah, we're familiar. There's plenty of software that can help predict demand. I think we'll have understood and seen all these different events that have happened this year. So we've been kind of building floor plans and ideas for how do we capture a busy Sunday? How do we capture 4th of July? What does it look like on Ironman, when there's thousands of people? What does that look like? So I think we've got a really good plan now to know when and how to staff when those events come up. And again, I'll go back to, not having the license this far, I think has been difficult from an economic perspective, but I think it's been really helpful for us to understand how people are utilizing the facility, and specifically our space, so that when those events do come, we know where and how to position our people to not only capture business, but keep people safe.
And so do you have employees currently working there?
Yes.
That just you. Okay. And so do you have some sort of like proof of training? Have you guys already gone through your alcohol training?
Everybody has already gone through all their training in terms of what the city of Boulder requires. And then, yes, depending upon this license, we will then go through. I mean, we've been talking, building up to this point, what sort of, again, as we've seen things, where and how I call it pinch points or areas of concern. And so being able to walk through that as a team, where we need to position our people and all of that. But again, if we were to be granted this license, then yes, it would be extremely important on our part to, prior to any service, to be able to walk through that plan again, and kind of talk through how we're going to service not only the events that we've seen, but also just the general public. But as of right now, again, we're almost towards the end of the season. So honestly, we're going to have 6 weeks maybe, and then we're going to have to, kind of push pause and then kind of reconvene and have the off season to really plan out again what sort of operation we're going to look like going into next year.
And do you have some sort of idea about the percentage of food versus alcohol you expect to sell?
I'd probably say 75% food at a minimum.
Last question, I promise. You mentioned that if it was really crowded, that you would have some sort of wristband. Is that something like you're talking about, like an event? Like, why wouldn't you have that already in place, like how to handle a bigger crowd? Or can you talk to us about how you'll handle a bigger crowd?
Yeah, what we initially did it at Rayback for a little bit of time until the staff got more comfortable with the space and understanding sections and all of that. So I think depending upon how the demand works and how we put staff in certain areas, we don't do it. I mean, if you've been to Rayback, I mean, we've had 500 to 1,000 people in the facility at one time between indoor and outdoor, and so it's never been an issue for us in terms of knowing what our sections are. One ID to one drink. Just because you ordered a drink before or you have a tab open doesn't mean we're not checking your ID again, because you could just, it could be your mom and you come up and you're like, hey, I'm going to get this on this tab. So yeah, from that perspective, again, I don't ever foresee this facility ever drawing that sort of traffic, especially on that small of a patio. Like, we physically can't get that amount of people where it would ever be a concern of mine where we'd have to do that. I just wanted to simply state, if we needed to do that, that is certainly an option and a lever that we could do to speed up service. But I think with eyes on the patio and eyes behind the bar and checking the right number of IDs, then I don't foresee any sort of issues with that.
Great. Thank you. I'll pass it back to you,
Got
Mr. Steve.
one additional question.
About that. Yeah,
and
from the members.
I'm not sure who's capable of answering this, but when would this liquor license be up for renewal?
I could answer that if you'd like.
Right.
It would be up for renewal 1 year from the date that it's been issued. And essentially the state has to issue its license, that the license then gets sent back down to the city of Boulder. The city of Boulder would then have to do an inspection of the premises to ensure it complies with the floor plan and all the other agencies, which obviously they're open for business now. So the date that it corresponds with the state license and the city license, it then gets issued, it would be 1 year from that date.
Is it possible that that we approve this today, that there will not be a license issued within the operating season that they want to operate within?
No, because we asked for concurrent review on this application, board member. And we asked for concurrent review. It means the state liquor is conducting its review of the application as we speak. And it may have already been completed. They just may be waiting for local approval, should you desire to issue this license or grant the approval of it, for that then to be sent to state, and then state would then send the license back down. But no, there's no conceivable way, as I would understand, that the license would not be issued for the remainder of this season.
Thank you. Very helpful. And then it would be good for a year.
Then it'd be good for a year, correct?
Thank you.
Ms. Darrow?
Oh, everything he said is accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you for confirming that too. Thank you.
Great. Anything else from the members of the board? All right, Attorney Stapin, I will hand it back to you.
At this point in time, unless there's anybody who is attending, who is in support of this application, I would tender the floor to him, her, or they now. If not, that would conclude our presentation. Obviously, I do reserve the right to ask anyone questions, rebuttal evidence or otherwise, but for our case in chief, that would resolve, that settles our case in chief for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Darrow.
Thank you. Staff would like you to know that we were able to verify the addresses of the people sworn in as being within the petition boundary, with the exception of Mr. Tussey. We believe he said he lives in Lafayette. If that is incorrect, he can let us know, but he's the only one we were not able to confirm as being an interested party.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, we could take public comment. Is that? I guess Caitlin usually does this part. Sorry.
And I apologize, but Caitlin is not here. So does Caitlin usually open the public comment for you?
Yeah, and then she puts on a 3-minute timer, and if people need to be sworn in, she does that.
Okay, so we did do things out of order. I thought we might. I do not have a timer prepared at
Okay.
this time, but we can get one. If you give me a moment. So public comment would come from anybody that is not within the boundary. Because I believe interested parties get their own time, but I think Roberta should weigh in on that. Because we're in testimony.
Yeah, you can take public comment. Normally it's been, as you said, but the BLA can certainly receive public comment from anyone it wishes, as long as it's relevant to the decision-making process and they can explain why it's relevant.
Okay, great.
Okay, perfect. And I would just like to say that if there's anybody in the waiting room that came to speak on this, please raise your hand now because we would need to bring you in. Okay, so I have Mr. Tussey and Ms. Anderson as members of the public. They have both been sworn in. And Sarah, do we have a 3-minute timer ready to go? Okay, we will start a timer. If you would like to call on them, Ms. Chair Roberts.
Sure, thank you. Well, so is Mr. Tussey able to give comment, or did you say you couldn't verify?
He would be a member of the public based on the address that we were given.
Okay. Well, then let's proceed with Mr. Tussey.
One moment. I just noticed that someone in the waiting room also has their hand raised.
Yes, we will get them admitted.
Perfect.
Okay. And if Kim is speaking as a member of the public, could you please raise your hand, and then when you're called on, I'll go ahead and swear you in at that time.
Great, thank you. And although we can't enforce it, we do like to request you have your video on as well. And we'll start with Mr. Tussey.
I want to let you know that I live in Boulder, not Lafayette. I live on the road to the reservoir. Would you like me to talk now or at some other point?
Well, we would like for you to talk now. And Elsa, can you put up the timer? Please.
This one moment. I have assistance with Zoom tonight.
No worries. Okay.
Mr. Tussey, I apologize if we misheard your address.
That's okay.
Okay, you may begin.
So my name's Eric Tussey. I live on the road to the reservoir. We've had this property since 1991. And we went through the big ordeal last time with the last restaurant trying to really maximize events. And I think most of the board has changed since that point in time. We had a 5-hour meeting at that, and it was disapproved. And statistically speaking, there was overwhelming resistance to what Diner was proposing. I missed the April meeting, but I did make the July meeting with Hank, and I was very excited to see that the restaurant will be closing at 9 o'clock. And my main concern is with just the amount of things going on at the reservoir all the time and adding more things on top of it. Stacy mentioned there's 30 to 35 large public events a year. Since we moved here, there's also the Regional Fire Training Center, which has its own set of traffic in and out. And now we're talking about the restaurant, which will be closed at 9, but there are also class 2 and class 3 parties that are able to be approved by the city, and those are the ones that extend the hours of the restaurant. And we would really like a good neighbor agreement with the owner, or I should say I'll speak for myself. I would feel a lot more comfortable with the liquor license if there were no special petitions for extended hours for special events, because we already have enough going on. The first time this process happened, we talked about traffic and safety and lights and noise and nature and people in cars, people on bicycles, pedestrians walking their dogs, and the danger that this all could exacerbate. And those issues have not changed. It's just, it's more and more and more at the reservoir and less tranquil in our world where we live. And so if you guys could, the city and the owner could commit to always 9 o'clock, I would support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we can move on. I'm just going to go by my screen. Sarah Sparks.
Hello. So my name is Sarah Sparks. I got sworn in earlier.
Yeah, one moment. Alyssa, can you bring up the timer again? Thank you. Sorry about that, Ms. Sparks.
That's all right. Yeah, so my name is Sarah Sparks. I live on Valhalla Drive, about 5 doors down from the reservoir with my family. And we have been here 15 years. But many years ago, I lived on 51st as well, back in the days of Kinetics, if anybody remembers that. I was in my 20s then, so I didn't mind it too much. But I was also on, I think Eric said 5 hours. I actually think that BLA meeting was more like 10 or 12 hours. But I could be wrong about that. In 2022, when the previous applicant was before this authority for his liquor license at the main building at the reservoir. And I lost a lot of sleep over that whole process. It was very, I think, concerning for many of our neighbors at the time, and feel that the right decision was made then, back in 2022. But after speaking with Mr. Grant, meeting with him a couple times, and you know, looking at the lease, and also hearing from Stacy, I am happy to say that I support this liquor license application, in large part because it was structured in a way that really addressed the neighbors' concerns in 2022. I think they picked a much better operator for this space, somebody who wants to operate a business that's keeping within the context and the nature of the reservoir in that setting. Yeah, so I guess long story short, I do support this application as somebody who lives 5 doors down from the reservoir entrance. You know, because it is structured in a much more responsible way. And I think Mr. Grant is a much more responsible operator. I'm personally looking forward to trying the focaccia pizza. And I'm not a huge drinker, but I would have a glass of wine with that too.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments.
Yeah.
All right. Sharon Anderson. If you unmute yourself, you can please proceed.
Are we there?
We are there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm Sharon Anderson. I am a liaison between the reservoir. I speak with Stacy quite often, at least through emails, and I try to send on and help her communicate with the neighborhood, who has a neighborhood email list as well as a connection to Waterstone. I will start out with saying I support this new venture, and I wish Hank a lot of success because I trust him. And that's what we didn't have last time. This young man is wanting to succeed in an honest way, I believe, and I'm very pleased with him. I will say that part of the process this time has been a little troubling. The neighborhood lines that were drawn were, I thought, unfair because it did not include the Bluebird area nor Lake Valley. Part of Lake Valley was included last time. I think probably those results wouldn't be that different, although it might be a little bit more balanced. I also was never contacted by Liquor Pros. If they came 6 times to the area, they only came to our house once. My husband answered with, I need more information, which was not given. Another neighbor received information that the restaurant would be open till 12, so that was incorrect. I'd like to clarify that the neighborhood has reached out to Stacy and to Hank to have meetings, and so it's not just them trying to get us involved. We are also wanting to support. Let's see. I wish the success. One ask I have is a contact. Stacy said there might be a landline established so that we can directly call them if we need to. The communication would happen. I'd also like to know if there are any plans for a year-round restaurant. And I think that covers everything I had to say. I do want Hank to succeed. He's a very good young man, in my opinion, and I trust him.
Great. Thank you so much for those comments.
Yep.
And we will move on to Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Hi
I'm
there.
gonna need to throw you in.
That is fine.
Can I please ask you to state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Yes, thanks. My name is Kim Bixel. My address is 5117 51st Street, Boulder 80301.
Thank you. And if you could please raise your hand. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. We are verifying your address right now, which I believe is in the area. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thanks. I also wanted to extend my thanks to Stacy and her team at Parks and Rec. It has, we're really close. I see the reservoir, I hear everything at the reservoir. It impacts my, every single moment of my day, basically. And I'm thankful that Stacy recognizes how important it is to have good relationships and has really worked with everyone to try to have this be a successful venture. I also second that, Hank has provided us a lot of trust. And, we've all said for years that we welcome a venue there that is within the keeping of, respecting the reservoir, respecting the nature of the area and the context with which it operates. The plans that Mr. Stapin referred to of, all the planning process with the reservoir, it was always said that it was approved as an accessory use to the reservoir and for the support of reservoir users. And it does feel like Hank's plan staying within the reservoir hours is consistent with that. And we hope to, he has the biggest revenue source here in the neighborhood. We do want to support it. It costs us $12 a person to even get in the gate. So we're going to have to try to do something about that. But one other thing that kind of bothered me a little bit that I just wanted to address is in the survey, this could come up again in the future. But there are a few court cases. I'm a little bit surprised that Mr. Stapin didn't, and Miss Eva Gerritsen didn't seem to have the right information. But there's Bolton versus Board of County Commissioners and Anderson versus Spencer and all this liquor license stuff that basically says that there is no differentiation between a city and a county when you're talking about a neighborhood of interested users for impact in a liquor license. So I just want the board to be aware of that. I think I signed that I was not in favor of a liquor license because at that point I did not trust the person that came to me requesting my signature. She didn't seem to have the information that I needed, and but I do support it. However, I do think in the future that the liquor board needs to be very careful about their definition of neighborhood and impact, and it does not matter who's city of Boulder and county of Boulder in our area. And there are court cases to prove that. So I thank you, and I wish Hank and the team all the luck also. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Kim. And I believe that was everyone from public comment.
I see no other.
Can I ask a question of Sharon Anderson? I just would, she's still with us?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to verify that can you verify that the 2-page document that came with the materials is your
Yes, and I'm sorry I forgot
submission?
to mention that. Yes, on the concerns and the expectations and concerns. Yes.
Thank you. It's very helpful. Appreciate your contribution.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Clarifying? All right, we will hand it back to you, Mr. Stapin.
We don't have an additional evidence to present at this time. If you'd like, we can go into closing or however you'd like to proceed, Chairperson.
Closing is fine. That's
Great.
good.
Well, I can just say that I hate to say it warms my heart, but I've represented Hank from the beginning, and he truly is what they say he is. He is a top 1%er, and I'm glad people are recognizing that as well. I had a whole line of cases to cite for you about the burden of proof and the elements and what meets the needs and desires or otherwise, but I think you've heard conclusively through direct testimony and those affected in the neighborhood as well what I think everyone's asking for you to do. And so I'm going to be quiet other than giving Hank the shout out that he so deservingly deserved. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, at this time, then we will close for board deliberation.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of really positive public comment. I think more than we even hear for most liquor licenses. So that's really positive. Really impressed with Mr. Grant and his presentation. And I feel like it was very comprehensive and the answers were really really great. I'm also pleased that he's a current operator and that he has experience, almost 10 years there. It gives me confidence that this will be operated responsibly and in line with the needs and desires of the neighborhood.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Rayback I like that he's been there. They do have a very tight system, I've noticed when I've been there. And it's very organized for the amount of people that are going through there. So I do feel like they would be able to handle more business and as it grows. I also, well, I didn't mean to keep going. Member Carr, did you have more? But I do agree.
No, no, yeah.
I do appreciate that he pays attention to the international visitors and understanding that the employees will need to know how to look at passports as well. That's not something that is usually before us. And I really appreciate the forthcoming of needing to know even more how to check for IDs. So that was very much appreciated. And then the fact that they did reach out to the community and that the community does sound like in huge support, even so, like just saying like we want an establishment there, we just want it to be part of the community, and the community feels like this is fitting that need. That speaks really highly to me. And I also kind of feel like they're going to be monitoring alcohol consumption. And so that's actually like a positive to actually have somebody on site. And it is too bad that they can't handle all of it there. I think that would probably be the safest thing for the city. But it's good to know that like they're going to be on the lookout for people who ran out on their beach day or whatever and might be looking for more, that they're going to be on the lookout for that and not just serve to serve. So, yeah, all those things made me feel really good.
I'm going to echo your comments and that of Member Carr. For me, I think this is a really unusual situation. I doubt that we're going to see many applications that mirror this. And I think the partnership with Mr. Grant is a really strong factor. I think it's unusual in the sense that there's already alcohol available on the premises in a real way, and that's going to continue, which will be a bit of a management challenge, but it's also, I mean, for the neighborhood, they've been living with that for a period of time too, and that will continue. So a strong operator is a good thing there. I hope the neighborhood hears that we've listened and that the concerns that they've had with prior uses and the fact that you've got a single, really literally a single access road, which raises challenges and so on. I hope they've heard that we've listened and in I believe approving this permit are voting in favor of the management and the thoughtfulness that's going on, but also in the fact that the neighborhood has expressed its point of view. And I hope they know that we've heard them. And I hope that a year from now, they'll have a chance to indicate whether they approve of they find that the proof of the pudding is in the tasting and that the operation has been to their satisfaction. So there's a lot of positives here.
Awesome. Great feedback. Any other things to discuss? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the liquor license for Rocky Mountain Paddleboard, DBA Lakeside. Is there a second?
Member Crane, I second that motion.
Great. All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Great.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for the thoughtful presentation. Really
you.
excited that this will be the partnership going forward.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we're ready to move on to agenda item number 4, which is public hearing and consideration of a permanent modification application filed on May 9th, 2025 from BSG Group, Inc., doing business as Tandoori Grill, 619 South Broadway, Boulder, Colorado, 80305. Vinod Gurung 50% owner and registered manager, and Lamia Valorma, 50% owner with a business mailing address of 130 Pearl Lake Way, Erie, Colorado, 80515 for a hotel restaurant type liquor license. If you are here for this item, please raise your hand so we can admit you. One moment. Okay. Ms. Johnson or Mr. Gurung, are either of you represented by an attorney?
No.
Okay, Mr. Gurung, can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
My name is Binod Gurung, Binod, and the last name is Gurung, Gurung, and my doing business address is 619 South Broadway, Boulder, Colorado 80305.
Thank you. And do you anticipate that anybody else other than yourself will testify today?
Yes.
And who would that be?
Sorry, just myself. No.
Just yourself? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes.
And do you also swear or affirm that you or your employees have posted the premises for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You good with my hand?
You can put, yes, you can lower your hand.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, do you need to be sworn in as well? Okay, we will, if we need to, we will do that. Okay. Thank you, Chair Roberts.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing for the Beverage Licensing Authority for the City of Boulder to determine whether or not the application of applicant BSG Group, Inc., DBA as Tandoori Grill, for a request to modify the premise of a hotel-type liquor license shall be granted or denied. This hearing conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Colorado and the rules of the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder. The purpose of this hearing is to receive information, data, and testimony by interested parties in order to enable the authority to make the findings and to reach the conclusions required to be made by state law as to whether or not the premises may be altered. Interested parties are the applicant, residents of the neighborhood affected by the license as previously determined by the authority, and the owners and managers of a business located in the neighborhood under consideration. Are there any conflicts of interest, or has there been any ex parte communication with any members on the board? Member Roberts, no.
Member Carr, no.
Member Crane, no.
Great. If okay, Mr. Grung, you may proceed.
Okay.
Please tell us why you're before us today.
Sorry. So this is a modification. So Tandoori Grill has been here since '99. And I have purchased this restaurant. I acquired this restaurant August 2023. And we had like a 2 bar in like same building and like same restaurant. So we wanted to modify and reduce one of the bar. I didn't want it to have a late night because we had the bar before we used to have a late night. So I wanted to downsize that bar and just focus mostly on the restaurant. And we already have a little bar at the restaurant site. So that's the reason we wanted to modify.
Okay, and I'm just looking. Okay,
Sorry.
anything? No, that's great. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't have much because I just wanted to downsize. I didn't want it open late night, so I just wanted to more focus. I just wanted to be recognized more as restaurant than the bar. So before it was like we had late night, but I just wanted to focus more on one area only, just the restaurant and just a little bit of a bar.
Sure. Are there any questions or comments from the authority? No? Okay, we can close.
I just wanted to say, we've looked at the charts that you attached to your application, and it does show the reduction in space that you're going to use. It's not going to change safety issues, not going to change your ability to monitor what's going on in your restaurant.
No, actually, it is going to be much more easier to monitor when I downsize the space. Actually, it's going to be much easier and easy to monitor.
Oh, you're giving us good reason to say yes. Thank you. That's all I have.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Great. Great question. Is there anything else? If not, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Any conversation around this?
Seems pretty straightforward to me. Yeah, I would make a motion to approve this permit modification.
Great,
And I second it. I think it's straightforward too.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Great. Modification approved. Good luck.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have agenda item number 5, which is public hearing and consideration of a new application filed on May 10th, 2025 from Jungle 2 LLC, doing business as Siren at 625 South Broadway, Suite A, Boulder, Colorado, 80305. Scott Novotny, 60% owner. Cassidy Bradley, 20% owner. And Yoav Maniak, 20% owner, with a premises mailing address for a tavern type liquor license. If there's anyone here for this, please raise your hand so we may admit you. Okay, wonderful. We'll go ahead and get both of you sworn in. Starting with you, Ms. Gerritsen. Welcome back. I would like to ask if you can please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record.
Thank you, Starro. For the record, my name is Eva Gerritsen. Last name is spelled Garretson. One of the owners of Liquor Licensing Professionals doing business as Liquor Pros, and we're located at 5515 Saddle Rock Place, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For you, Mr. Novotny, can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
My name is Scott Jacob Novotny. Sorry, I don't need to raise my hand there. Scott Jacob Novotny, SCOTT JACOBNOVOTNY, and my address is 3812 Northbrook Drive, Boulder, Colorado 80304.
Thank you. And will you be represented by an attorney today?
No.
Okay, thank you. And can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes.
Do you also swear or affirm that you or your employees have posted the premises for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Um, This is a public hearing before the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder to determine whether or not the application of applicant Jungle 2 LLC DBA Siren for a tavern type liquor license shall be granted or denied. This hearing is conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Colorado and the rules of the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder. The purpose of this hearing is to receive information, data, and testimony by interested parties in order to enable this authority to make the findings and to reach the conclusions required to be made by state law as to whether or not the license applied for shall issue. Interested parties are the applicant residents of the neighborhood under consideration and the owners and the managers of a business located in the neighborhood under consideration. For purposes of determining who is an interested party at the hearing, the neighborhood under consideration is the neighborhood previously defined by the authority. The authority shall make a final determination of the affected neighborhood prior to determining whether the license shall be issued. Any interested party may speak to the question of neighborhood designation, as well as other information relevant to the granting or denial of this application. Before we proceed, is there any conflicts of interest or has there been any ex parte communication? Member Roberts, no.
Member Carr, no.
Member Crane, no.
Great. If you are ready to proceed, I will hand it over to you, Mr. Novotny.
Thanks. Again, my name's Scott Novotny. I go by my middle name, Jake. I'm the owner of Jungle Tiki Bar in Boulder, I guess Jungle 1 LLC. This will be our second concept called Siren. It's a neighborhood bar inspired by coastal bars and eateries around the world, focusing on small bites and tapas inspired by seaside locations, and also a martini selection and beers and different cocktails from around the world. We've been looking for a second concept here for a long time, and when we found this small space in a bar that was operated by a really beloved member of the community for a long time, we really wanted to sort of be a steward of this space, and it was a really good fit. So we're really excited to be before you and present our concept.
Great. Please proceed.
Yeah, so Siren, again, inspired by coastal bars. We did apply for a tavern license specifically because this space does not have a hood. So we're unable to cook with grease or flames. At our other restaurant, we serve a lot of burgers and different foodstuffs because we have a hood. So the reason we applied for a tavern license is because we're simply just not certain that we could keep up with the 25% mandated minimum required by a hotel restaurant license. I just want to make that clear. We do have a full food menu, as I think you guys have some sample menus in front of you. Yeah, we plan on serving oysters, mac and cheese, different toasts, different sort of tapas, different salads, and little bites like that, along with a nice wines by the glass, wines by the bottle list, full beer selection, and probably a 15-ish cocktail menu. We plan on being open from 4 p.m. till 11 p.m. on weeknights, and then Friday and Saturday, 4 p.m. to midnight, and then closed on Sundays. is there anything else that you guys would like to hear about the concept, or?
We'll have a moment. We'll have some time
Okay,
to ask
sorry.
some questions. No, it's fine. We'll make some time to ask questions for sure. We're definitely interested in what Ms. Gerritsen has to say about the needs and desires of the neighborhood.
Good, thank you, Member Roberts. Once again, for the record, Eva Gerritsen with Liquor Licensing Professionals doing business as Liquor Pros. We were hired by Siren to conduct the needs and desires survey regarding the new tavern liquor license for 625 South Broadway, Suite A. We conducted this particular survey on the dates of Wednesday, June 25th, Thursday, June 26th, Sunday, June 29th, and Monday, June 30th. Once again, working in conjunction with the other licenses that were in on this agenda as well. Wanted to make sure we reiterated once again, we carry with us the packets that were provided to us by the Boulder Licensing Authority, the maps, the petition packets, all of that information. We also, once again, do carry with us the liquor license application summary page for door-to-door neighborhood petitioning. The reason I wanted to point that out is because this is the top page this is the page that we have on top. This is the one that gives the applicant's name, where the location is. The map is directly underneath so that folks know in reference where they are to the actual license, proposed license. And it does have the operating hours. If folks, we do try and gather factual information from the applicants to relay back to the business owners, managers, and residents. If we do not have that information, we are more than happy to say we don't know. But however, we do always invite those folks that have any questions, concerns, but either in favor or not in favor, to attend the public hearing. That is one of the things we do encourage, because this is the proper forum to address those types of questions and get clarification. Whereas if we don't have those answers, a lot of times folks misinterpret the fact that we are the applicant. As many times as we say we are third-party petitioning company, it still tags in with them that they think that we are the applicant and we should know. But once again, we do always try to invite them to the public hearing to address the authority or the applicant directly should they have any questions or concerns. We made attempted contact with 412 business owners, managers, and residents inside the area and obtained a total of 120 signatures. 51 were from business owners and managers, 49 signing in favor at 96%, 2 opposed at 4%. We then obtained a total of 69 residential signatures with 68 signing in favor at 99%, only 1 opposed. Their other concept, they're well known there in the Boulder community. As soon as they saw Jungle 2, a lot of folks recognized the fact that there was a jungle. So they kind of put that together. So if we combine the results, they actually have 117 signing in favor at 98%, 3 opposed at 2%. Once again, asking those folks to write in why they are in favor or opposed to this license. In this case, they declined to provide us with any reason. So we do count those as valid reasons of opposition. But the 98% clearly shows a positive need and desire for this license in the area, and that the existing outlets have not yet met that need. And once again, from the authority, I'd welcome the questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the authority specifically to Ms. Gerritsen?
Not for me. It's very straightforward.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Eva.
Jake, would you like to present anything else to us?
No, or I guess I just based off of Miss Gerritsen's I guess testimony, I don't know what to call it. I just want to make sure there was no sort of like like we just named it Jungle 2 because we don't know what else to name an LLC, and it wasn't like trying to sway people into thinking that we're opening another Jungle. This will be a different concept, a different feel altogether. So I would just like to make that known. Yeah.
And are there any questions from the board for Mr. Novotny? I had a question. In your alcohol policy, you said that last call for ordering alcohol will be at closing time. At that time, allow guests up to 1 hour to finish alcohol. Is that so? Then it's your closing time, really 1 a.m. It's just that
So our policy at Jungle has always been if we're open, we will serve drinks. So our hours, the hours that I said, and the hours that are on the application are technically hours of last call, but we do not admit more people into the building after we do last call, if that makes sense. So at 11 p.m. we will, or it's usually around 10:55, just to make sure we get around the room. We'll make sure that everyone's clear on alcohol. We can make another drink, but then after 11, we don't pour any more alcohol, and we just allow guests time to finish drinks. We're just not kicking people out. It's more of a hospitality move on our part. So I'm sorry if that was confusing for the opening hours.
Not too confusing. Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, Jake, I'm just curious. Was this a kind of starter policy when it comes to alcohol, or is there something else that you have that maybe we missed in here? It seemed to be kind of just one page, and I don't know. There just seemed to be some things just seemed to be a little bit limited within what I'd expect for an alcohol policy.
I believe we put on there that every one of our members are trained. I myself was a tips trainer until it moved away from tips to RVT training this last year. I have yet to get that certification and present my class to the board. It just been busy and it's been tough. So I've been the trainer and make sure that everyone at Jungle gets trained basically the minute that they're hired. We are very good at, or I guess I'm not answering your question very well. No, I think our alcohol policy covered things, I guess like could have gone more in depth at how we would, identify overserved patrons, or how we would, stop serving overserved patrons. I'm sorry if I didn't go into more detail on that. But we do all the things at Jungle that are learned in the RVT training, and we enforce them every day. And, we write shift notes every night on any sort of alcohol related instances. So if someone, was yelling or being inappropriate, and anytime that we refuse service, or even anytime that, anything out of the ordinary happens, we note it. So that's part of our policy that I probably could have added in there.
Yeah, I think just a little more expansion, and not just even for us, but for your employees, right? Hiring somebody who may not be as familiar, maybe it's their first job, right? Just to have some things more strictly written out is I think always beneficial in these type of situations.
Totally.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was thinking like, well, what happens if you're not there and somebody needs to make a quick decision? Like, what are they going to reference? Just like a couple pages of text? Like, sometimes we see type policies.
Totally. Yeah, I think I was, I guess I just didn't understand what was sort of needed. I figure, again, we provide people with booklets pages upon pages of RVT training information that has all of these policies written in it. I didn't know that was supposed to be put into our written alcohol policy. But yeah, I assure you that everyone at Jungle is well aware of how to handle any sort of overservice situation, or any sort of bringing outside alcohol, or any sort of alcohol related incident. I guess the document that I provided, yeah, I guess I should have done this with a lawyer. But yeah.
Do you plan on using a scanner at this establishment?
No. We again, not a tavern. We won't be checking IDs at the door. People will, be ID'd when they order alcohol, but we want to make sure, South Boulder has a lot of families and a lot of people, young families with kids, and we don't want to ostracize them. We love serving kids. We'll have plenty of food and non-alcoholic ingredients for them. So,
well, a scanner could be used behind the bar. It doesn't have to be an entry way.
oh, yeah, we do have a scanner for that in case it's a fake ID.
Oh, okay. That's what I was asking.
Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. Yes, we do.
I was going to ask you
Yeah.
how you handle fake IDs.
Yeah, we have the booklets that come out every year that we buy, so we can check that booklet, different states, and then we do have a scanner that we can, if we are questioning, we can scan an ID. But it is not something that we do just like to everyone, like table side, I guess.
Understood. Any other questions from the board? Okay, then at this time, Jake, you could make a closing statement if you would like to. Up to you, and then we'll close for deliberation.
No, I don't think I have a closing statement. Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right, this time we will close for deliberation. Any comments, any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Jungle is a well-known establishment. Same operator. That's pretty good. I am a little disappointed that there, being an operator, current operator, that there isn't more in this packet. I would like to see more of that. Yeah, I think that's my only hesitation at this moment. But yeah, I'd like to hear what everyone else thinks about the application.
Yeah, I thought it was a little lackluster. I'm glad to know that there is actually a manual. It just wasn't included in this packet. I trust that's the case. I like to know that they have a scanner if they're confused, and the fact that that this is a second location just does speak volumes. But yeah, just at first glance, it wasn't really a lot there. Anything else? Any motions? Any more discussion? I'll make a motion to approve this license. I think that, well, is there in a second?
Move to second. I mean, I second your motion. Sorry, I don't move to second. Second your motion. Thank you.
Member Carter, do you want to have more deliberation?
No, that's all right.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Great. Approved. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Oh, and can I still say something?
Yes.
And I don't know if this has anything to do with the BLA or with y'all or the folks that I deal with the licensing authority, but just being that I did this all on my own and didn't have any legal help, I think some of the application could help if it explained kind of what you were looking for, because I definitely could have gone more, and it sounds like you guys would have wanted that in future applications. It could help, but I guess just on the directions, I'd love to see just like what you're looking for, because it sounds like I left a bunch out that I could have put in there to help y'all out. I don't know if that'll go anywhere.
It's good feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Jake, there used to be an organization called the Responsible Association for Retailers, and it may be coming back, but essentially they offered service to retailers and restaurants and bars in the city to say, hey, here's how you can craft a really good policy. Here's what the BLA is looking for. Here's some best practices and tips. And they used to have monthly meetings. Again, I think that the organization is since folded, but keep your ears open. It may be coming back at some point.
Okay, I'd love to help bring that back if there's anyone I can talk to and if I could be a part of it.
Hopefully somebody is maybe watching or listening and they'll reach out to you. I know that there's some people trying to get it back up and going.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well,
Elisa, would you be
Meantime,
able to?
thank you for the feedback as a consumer.
thank you.
Elisa, would you be able to provide some information? I know there are some folks, maybe some contact information for Jake.
Because the city doesn't have a particular relationship and there's not a business that has been formed at this time, we're more than happy to connect him using the information that was given in the meeting with the people that have come and presented to you. And we can definitely give him that.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Outside of that, unfortunately, right now the city doesn't have a particular relationship that we can hand off.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Agenda item number 6, public hearing and consideration of a new application filed on May 20th, 2025 from Yatsuba Sushi, Inc., doing business as Yatsuba Sushi, 5290 Arapahoe Avenue, Boulder, Colorado, 80303, Zhao Li, 100% owner and proposed registered manager with a premises mailing address for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license. If you're here to speak on this, please raise your hand and we'll get you admitted. May I ask if either of you are here as the attorney representing the applicant today? Mr. Runco, you are muted.
Sorry. Robert Runco, attorney registration 41932 here on behalf of the applicant. I believe Mr. Lee should be here, but I don't see him on my screen.
You do not see him in the audience either.
Okay.
Keep on.
Did you know if he joined in earlier? I spoke with him yesterday and he was planning on being here.
The only person that I see that I'm not sure who it is someone going by Zoom user.
Okay.
But I have not seen the name of your client specifically this
Okay.
evening.
In that case, can I request that we move this item to the end of the agenda, and then after the next hearing, I can see if I can get a hold of Mr. Lee and get him back here?
That would be fine.
Okay.
We need to make a motion for that.
I don't believe we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back to agenda item number 6. Agenda item number 7, public hearing in consideration of a new application filed on May 22nd, 2025 from Four Noses Brewing Company.
No, Mr. Lee, he is Zoom user.
Oh,
sorry.
We are here.
I first time use this one. Sorry.
Wonderful. Thank you. Chair Roberts, would you like to return back to agenda item number 6?
Yes, please.
Go ahead and proceed. Hold on. Mr. Runco, do you need me to swear in any individuals that you have present that will be testifying?
Mr. Lee, and I believe Carol Johnson is here for Liquor Pros for this one.
Okay, perfect. And before I do that, can you please record your appearance?
Yes, again, Robert Runco, attorney registration 41932.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lee, I'm going to go ahead and start with you.
Yeah.
Can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Yes, my name is Zhao Li, ZHAOLI. My address is 5290 Arapahoe Avenue, Suai, Boulder. Zip code is 80303.
Thank you. And can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes, I do.
And do you also swear or affirm that you or your employees have posted the premises for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Johnson, can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Carol Johnson, CarolJohnson, 10200 Park Meadows Drive, Littleton, Colorado.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Chair Roberts, do you need to read anything in?
Thank you. Attorney Ronco, are you okay with waiving the reading of the procedure?
Yes, we will waive the reading this evening, I guess, at this point.
Perfect. Okay, is there any conflict of interest or ex parte communication amongst the board members? Member Roberts, no?
Member Card, no.
Crane, no.
Great, you may proceed.
Thank you. We will start with Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Ms. Johnson, can you briefly, well, first, you work for Liquor Licensing Professionals, that's correct?
Correct.
And Liquor License Professionals was hired by the applicant to do the petitioning in this matter?
Yes, we were.
Can you please describe the procedure you did or you performed to do the petitioning in this matter and then the results of those petitions, please?
Certainly. We used the packet of material from the city of Boulder, including the summary page, the map, and the petitioning pages. We tried to start at the closest to the location and radiate out in all four directions. This particular area was a little unique because there were not nearly the number of retail businesses as some areas. On the south side. The north side was primarily small industry and commercial properties and no residents. We did try to get as many as we could from both areas, and we were planning to get a few more business residents. However, we had a thunderstorm and rain pouring down, and so when we figured that we had 71 residents, we would call it a day for that. These petitions were done on Friday, June 27th for the businesses and Sunday, June 29th for the residents. We made 77 attempts at businesses and 277 for residents for a total of 354 attempts. From that, we obtained 33 business signatures, 32 in support and 1 in opposition, and 71 residential signatures, all in support. The one person who did sign in opposition simply stated there were too many people with problems. And so that does fall into the category that it may be considered invalid or relevant to the needs and desires. There were 36 people declined, 15 not interested, 11 too busy, 6 no reason, and 7 do not sign petitions or surveys. From the businesses, we had 32 who were not qualified to sign, 21 did not have an owner or manager available, 5 were under 21. 5 were non-resident, 1 did not speak English. So I do think this does show a need for this license to be issued. A number of the people, particularly of the residents, had already eaten at the restaurant. This restaurant has been open and had very good comments and are looking forward to being able to have an adult beverage when they visit in the future. And I'd answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have no questions. Again, the authority may have some for you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Johnson? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll proceed to Mr. Lee.
Yep.
Mr. Lee, Thank you for joining us this evening. You gave us your address earlier, and Ms. Johnson referenced it as well. Is it Yotsuba Sushi? Is that how we pronounce it?
Yes.
That is currently open and operating, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long has this restaurant been open?
He opened on start for the April 9th until now.
April 9th of this year?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you give us any history that you might have in the restaurant industry or the alcohol industry specifically prior to this restaurant?
I working in the restaurant over 10 years. I work mostly in the Denver or South in the North the restaurant and many restaurant to learning to net.
And in your 10 years in Denver, were those at restaurants that served alcohol?
Mm-hmm.
And in that period of time, did you ever specifically yourself have any liquor license violations?
No.
And were you involved in management of any of those restaurants?
No, never.
Okay. Are you familiar with any violations at those restaurants when you were there?
No.
Okay.
Never.
Since this restaurant has been open, have you received any requests from your patrons about wanting to have an alcoholic beverage when they are there?
Yeah, many customers asking for the alcohol.
And have you had any experience where someone asks for a drink? They come in, see that you don't have alcohol, and then they maybe don't stay for dinner. They leave and go somewhere else.
Yes, they do.
Okay. What are the current hours of operation of the restaurant?
It's 11:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m.
Is that 7 days a week, or is that only certain days?
All week, same hour.
And if the liquor license were granted, would that change those hours at all?
No, would be same.
Okay. And how many employees do you have at this location?
I have 4 full-time, 3 part-time right now.
Okay. And again, if this liquor license were granted, would that change? Would you have to add staff, or can this handle additional services?
Yes.
Yes, it would stay the same.
Yeah. No, depending how business going. Usually, we need more people to monitor the nickel sales.
Okay.
To take care.
And have you gone through responsible vendor training previously?
Yeah, I have the tip certificate. I have right now.
And do you know, does your other staff, do they have tip certificates as well?
No needed. But I get the nickel license. I will tell them get a tip certificate. It must be get.
Okay. And do you have that scheduled, or are you waiting until after this hearing to see the result if you want to schedule?
I have scheduled right now.
Okay. Can you, I think obviously the name implies that we're going to have sushi, or we have sushi at this restaurant. Can you give us like a little overview of what your menu and your services that you provide are?
Right now it's just service like sushi and the sashimi, the fish, and the caparon. We have the lunch special for the student handle. And the kitchen we service the fried rice, ramen, udon, like that.
Okay. And if this license were granted, what would your alcohol options look like? Would it be a full bar offering, or is it more of a limited beer and sake type menu?
Usually it's some beer and the sake, cold sake, and the hot sake, like that.
And if you offer these beverages, do you anticipate that food would continue to make up at least 25% of your revenue?
Food usually is, I think it's 90%. Alcohol will be 10%, like that.
And I want to talk about service of alcohol specifically. So again, in your prior experience in the industry, are you familiar with vertical versus horizontal IDs in Colorado?
Yep.
And do you have a policy as it relates to the vertical IDs?
Yes.
What is that policy?
But policy is each one coming need to if the customer need to order the drink, we will check each one the ID, make a check on the database and visually the photo.
And if you have like a large group coming in and they, we have maybe 5 or 6 people at the table, and maybe someone is ordering for the table, how do you ensure that the patrons who order an alcoholic beverage are over the age of 21 and are the ones that receive that drink?
We will check each one ID and every time.
Okay.
Make sure they are no under 21.
If one of those patrons, maybe again, we address the vertical ID, but if they present you with an expired ID, what is your policy there?
We don't service for now. We never don't service alcohol for now.
And you mentioned your operating hours earlier. Would both food and alcohol be available during all those hours, or would any of those be kind of limited hours?
Limited. We will close the food and last go will be the 9:15 p.m.
Okay.
We start service anything.
Okay. This restaurant, does it have a patio?
Actually, it's right now you have outside. It's the lobby, like a lobby.
Okay. And is that somewhere where patrons can sit and eat food?
Yeah, they can.
Okay. And how is that visible, and how do you monitor that space if someone is sitting in that area?
Usually, we front door is the whole glass. We can through the glass take care. Sometimes we will the service will continue to take care to watch it in the under control everything.
Okay. Okay. And do you have like no alcohol beyond this point signage or something telling patrons where they can and cannot consume alcohol?
Excuse me?
Will you have like a sign telling patrons where they can take an alcoholic beverage, or letting them know that they can't leave the restaurant with an alcoholic beverage?
No yet.
Okay. If this license were approved, would you have that signage?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And in addition to the tips training, do you have any in-person training that you do with your employees regarding the alcohol service?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you. The licensing authority may have some follow-up.
Great, thank you so much. Questions from the board?
Yeah.
Not for me.
Okay. I have a few. I guess I'm concerned on the lack of training. Can you explain to me how, how are you going to handle a situation when how are you going to train your staff to handle a situation when someone is intoxicated and let's say they just keep asking for more drinks?
We will stop service for the drink. Talk to the people. We got drunk. We cannot service the drink for you. Do you want some food? Yep.
And how are you going to know when an ID is a fake ID or a real ID?
We will check the ID tables and the picture. Make sure it's the people is in the real picture, like the people who are there. I don't have the read to make sure. Yeah.
Do you,
Yeah.
Do you have a book or a scanner? How are you going to identify fake IDs?
I don't have the scanner right now.
Do you have a book? How are you going to train your employees to know what a fake ID looks like?
We have the net. Yeah, we will get the right away, like a scanner and a book for the make sure the ID is real.
And how do you handle that if someone comes in with a fake ID and you know it's fake? What do you do?
We refuse the service, the alcohol.
Do you keep the ID?
Absolutely.
Okay. Um,
Yeah.
And the packet that you provided us, the alcohol policy, do you feel that's a good, complete policy?
Yeah. Yes.
You feel that if you weren't around, one of your employees would know what to do if all they had was that policy?
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I think you covered them.
Okay, Attorney Runco, do you want to give a closing statement?
We will forgo a closing statement, but I would like to say to address, I think, your question about fake IDs and the books as well. Being familiar with the tips training manual, that is something that they are taught in that class as well, is how to identify tips training. And we will work with Mr. Lee to ensure that they get the proper state-by-state ID guide.
Thank you.
I actually did have one thing that came up. I just looking through scanning the packet one more time, and question 4 says, have you applied for an occupation load for the interior and exterior space in the Boulder Fire Department? I missed this before, but it said we didn't apply for that. I don't know, Mr. Runco, are you aware? Can you speak to that a little bit?
I am not, and that is because I haven't been representing Mr. Lee. Prior, he was represented by a different attorney who is out of the country on his 40th anniversary right now, and I'm filling in for him this evening. But again, we'll follow up with him and make sure that they've applied for their occupational load. Since the restaurant is open, I believe they probably would have had to receive that already.
That would make sense to me.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, then we will close for deliberation.
I mean, I feel like the alcohol policy was, well, it's pretty decently comprehensive. Yeah. And it seems like this gentleman has worked in food service before, has a good understanding of some of the requirements, at least, to operate a restaurant that serves alcohol.
My impression too. Good practical knowledge.
Yes, and I do appreciate that he believes that it is a good policy. And that, so perhaps it's something he has used before. I guess I'm just a little, I guess I heard like a lot of like, okay, well, we'll do this if this is approved. Okay, well, we'll do this when this is approved. And I think ideally all that stuff would have been taken care of before coming here. So we knew that training was done and they were really ready to go with like good boots on the ground. But that is my concern. I'm nervous about not necessarily Mr. Lee and his running the establishment and looking for issues around alcohol. I think that where I'm concerned is making sure that everyone else in his establishment is trained and as thorough as he is. That was what I was trying to get at with my questions. Sometimes that knowledge transfer, we don't always see it. So.
Chair Roberts, what would you like to see? What would you like ideally want to see if we were to like conditionally approve this?
I guess maybe like the maybe more training. I guess I was just surprised that there wasn't anyone else that has been trained besides him. But Attorney Runco brought up a good point. Is this already scheduled? And Mr. Lee said it is scheduled. So that does mitigate that. Yeah.
Is there anything else that really bothers you to that you would say like you would want to make conditional on approval? Or the approval conditional on?
I don't think so. If you, hi Roberto.
Hi, everyone. One of the things that you can do is not make it conditional, but you can vote to grant, but have the licensee return either in a month or in 2 months, and show you that the training has been accomplished. So that it wouldn't be conditioned on it. You're just making sure, and the BLA does have a history with ensuring compliance with different other licensees, just to make sure that they are heading in the right direction.
Got it. Thank you. I would be interested in that, but I also will, the two of you felt pretty good about this, and that weighs very heavily with me as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like if you don't feel comfortable about it, then like I would be open to having him come back to present some of these things. I think if someone has concerns, that's valid. So
I feel like
that. I mean, I can't tell from what Roberto told us how that takes place, but if that's to the staff, if it's to us as the authority,
yeah.
a check that there's been further compliance or further education, I would support it. I think it's important to have a comfort level with that specific issue.
Absolutely.
So make your motion.
Is there a motion? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll let you make the motion since you have some concerns. However you want to phrase it.
I really don't though, after talking with you guys.
Okay.
That's
All right.
saying you
Yeah,
two are
once
our
again, the
deliberation.
put it to the taste.
That's why I probably extend the deliberation more maybe than other chairs have, because I really like to hear and like, let's see, can we get to a good spot? So, so I'll make a motion to approve this license.
Member Carr will second the motion.
There
All
you go.
those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
And Member Crane, aye. Good luck, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Chair Roberts, would you and the authority perhaps entertain the idea of a short recess?
Yes, I would love that.
How long would you like to take?
Is 5 minutes good?
Yes.
Great.
We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you for allowing that recess. And we're moving on to agenda item number 7. Public hearing and consideration of a new application filed on May 22nd, 2025 from Four Noses Brewing Company, LLC, doing business as Wild Provisions Beer Project, 2209 Central Avenue, Boulder, Colorado, 80301. 4NB Holdings, LLC, 100% owner, with Tommy Bibliowicz, 25% owner of 4NB Holdings, LLC, David Bibliowicz, 25% owner of 4NB Holdings, LLC, Nathan Bibliowicz, 25% owner of 4MB Holdings LLC, and Jessica Bibliowicz, 25% owner of 4NB Holdings LLC, with a premise mailing address for a brew pub type liquor license. I do see hands raised. If we could please promote those people into the meeting. Thank you.
Hello.
Mr. Bibliowicz, can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Good evening. Sure. My name is Tommy Bibliowicz. That's TommyBibliowicz. My address is 335 Dewey Avenue, Boulder, Colorado.
And will you be represented by an attorney today?
Yes, I'll be represented by Chesma Poe.
Thank you. Mr. Runco, can you please record your appearance?
Yes. Good evening again. Robert Runco, attorney registration 41932 on behalf of the Four Noses. Sorry, Wild Provisions.
Thank you. And may I ask who will be testifying this evening?
We'll have Mr. Bibliowicz and I believe Ms. Garrettson from Liquor Licensing Professionals joined us again.
Thank you. Mr. Bibliowicz, I'm going to go ahead and get you sworn in.
Sure.
Can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
And do you also swear or affirm that you or your employees have posted the premises for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Garrettson?
Yes.
Nice to see you again.
Oh, thank you for the much needed break. I appreciate all of you.
Very welcome. Can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
You bet. For the record, my name is Eva Garrettson, last name Garretson, one of the owners of Liquor Licensing Professionals doing business as Liquor Pros, and we're located at 5515 Saddle Rock Place in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it
Thank
back
you.
over to Chair Roberts.
Great, thank you. Attorney Runco, are we good with waiving the reading of the procedures?
Yes, we will waive the reading again.
Awesome. And to the members of the authority, any conflicts of interest or ex parte communication? Member Roberts, no?
Member Carr, no.
Okay, great. If you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. I believe since Ms. Garrettson, I think, has had the longest day of most people testifying today. We'll go with her again first and let her start her evening if she can.
Thank you.
Ms. Garrettson, you've given your introduction already this evening, but again, just want to confirm Liquor Licensing Professionals was hired by Wild Provisions to perform petitioning in this matter again?
That is correct.
Can you please describe your methodology and the results of those petitions?
Yes. Once again, as I've testified in previous matters, agenda matters, same process and procedure. We try and stay true to our same process and procedure in order to remain unbiased through our whole entire process. So we work with the Boulder Licensing Authority. They provide us with the packets, the map, once again, the summary sheet going through describing who the applicant is, where they're going, what they're looking like, hours of sale and service of alcohol, all of that great information. We then take that information and understanding the type of liquor license that is being applied for, in this case, a new brew pub liquor license. Once again, we do not guarantee the results, but we were hired and contracted out by Wild Provisions Beer Project. Got some information from them that we could relay, factual information that we could relay back to business owners, managers, and residents. So we took that information, grabbed samples in and around the area to make sure that we grabbed anybody with any concerns in that with the matter. We did this particular survey on the dates of June 27th, June 3rd, July 2nd, and July 4th. Made attempted contact with 418 business owners, managers, and residents inside this area, and we obtained a total of 120 signatures. 50 were from business owners and managers inside the area, 49 signing in favor at 98%, and we only had 2 opposed at 2%. We then obtained a total of 70 residential signatures. Is that right? I have 68 in there, but I believe that one is not correct. Give me 1 second. I do apologize for the typo on that one. That actually is supposed to be 2 no's. So we do have 68 signatures in favor at 97%, and that no on the residential, and I do apologize for that, it's supposed to be a 2, not a 1, at 3%, giving us a 70 total. If we combine these totals, we actually have 117 signatures in favor at 98%, and it's actually going to be 4 signatures that are opposed. We do ask those folks to write in whether they are in favor or opposed to this license. In this case, and I will confirm this really quick, we did not have any responses back as to why they were not in favor of this license. So we do count those as valid reasons of opposition. Looking at this area, this is there are no other brew pubs inside of this area of licenses of similar type. This is going to be the first. So right now, the 98% clearly shows a need and desire, besides the fact that there's no other licenses in this area. So I can't even say that the existing outlets have not yet provided the need because there's not any. So yeah.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Again, the authority may have some follow-up for you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
But for me,
Not seeing any. Thank you.
you're home early.
Oh, yes.
Still got to drive ahead of you.
Oh, it's a little bit. Yes, sir.
Well, we thank you for being with us all day.
Oh, thank you, Member Crane. I appreciate it. Member Carr, Member Roberts, thank you so much. I give you all credit for hanging in there and doing this special hearing. Thank you so much. And did you need me to stick around or?
Nope, I don't believe so.
Okay. Oh, and I guess I should ask the attorney, Mr. Runco, would you like me to stick around?
Go
All
ahead and
right.
start your evening. Yes.
All right. Thank you folks so much. Have a wonderful evening.
We will now proceed with Mr. Bibliowicz. Mr. Bibliowicz, you've been sworn in, giving us your name already, but can you give us your title in relation to Wild Provisions Beer Project?
Yep, I'm the CEO of Foreign Bee Holdings, and I'm one of the founders of Four Noses Brewing Company, which then became Foreign Bee Holdings.
And Foreign Bee Holdings, that is the parent company of Wild Provisions?
Yep.
Okay. And as the CEO, are you familiar with the day-to-day operations of Wild Provisions?
Very, yep.
Okay. And this is currently open and operating as a manufacturer and wholesaler licensed, just a brewery. Is that correct?
That's correct. We've been open since April of 2020 at this location. It's one of 4 of our locations, and we have been serving beer to the public as a tap room.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. This location has had that retail component with the tap room as well?
Yes.
Okay. And in the time that this location has been open, have you ever had any liquor license violations?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned you have several other locations as well.
Yes, we have 3 other locations.
And can you let us know where those are located and how long they've been open?
Yep. We have Four Noses in Broomfield, which is our original location. That's been open for just over 11 years. We have Odd 13 in Lafayette. We acquired Odd 13 in 2021. So that was open. That's actually been open about 12 years. But we've only had it for part of the time. And then we recently opened another location, which is our production location in Denver in Park Hill. And that location was open to the public in September of 2023.
And all of those locations are, again, manufacturer, wholesaler with sales rooms?
Correct.
Okay. And have all of those locations additionally applied to convert to this brew pub license simultaneous with this application?
They have.
Okay. And those other locations, have you ever had any liquor license violations related to alcohol service or anything like that?
No, actually, I can confirm recently we just had a sting in our Broomfield location from the Broomfield PD, which we passed.
That is always great to hear. Why have you chosen to convert all of these locations from manufacturer wholesalers to brew pubs?
Simply one of the challenges that we face is that we don't offer a wide range of options for various patrons. We really want to attract larger groups. And I think a lot of people who are in larger groups, it's difficult to find a consensus that everybody would like to drink beer or non-alcoholic options. So being able to offer a little wider variety will help us as a business, I believe, satisfy our customer base.
And with the brew pub conversion, there's obviously a food component that's involved here. Does this location already have a food option, or is that something we need to add?
We actually added a food truck to this location about a year ago, just to fit a need. It wasn't required. It's just something that helps our business. So we've already been producing Detroit style pizzas, salads, and occasionally like chicken fingers and things like that off the truck.
Okay. And that food truck, is that a permanent feature, or is that something that comes and goes?
It's permanent.
Okay. And is that operated by Wild Provisions, or is that operated by some other like restaurant operator?
It's owned and operated by Thornby Holdings, so it is, yeah, so it's same business.
Okay. And if this license were granted, would that food remain the same, or are you planning on changing that in any way?
We might add more to the menu, but it's about 30+% of our sales. So we'd probably continue just offering some specials, but keeping it around full time to satisfy the requirements of the license.
Okay. And with that, you said being 30% now, if this license were granted, do you anticipate that the food would comprise at least 15% of your on-site food and beverage sales moving forward?
Easily, yes.
And you mentioned, the need to do this to offer or provide additional beverage options for your patrons. What would the expansion of your beverage options look like? Is it, again, moving to, what people consider like a full bar, or is this more of a limited wine and spirits menu?
We would offer wine and spirits, but it would be more of a limited menu. Right now, our concept would basically be adding a small selection of wines by the glass and by the bottle, some pre-mixed cocktails, and perhaps limited spirits directly, like maybe a nicer whiskey selection or something like that. Okay. But not a full bar, not like on-demand cocktails, I guess.
Thank you. Currently, when patrons enter the brewery, are they greeted by a host and assigned a table, or is this what people traditionally think of as a brewery with kind of open seating and a bar and tables?
We are and will remain 100% bar service, meaning you'll have to come up to the bar to order anything, or go to the food truck to order food.
Okay.
And it's self-seating unless we're doing a private event.
Okay. And when a patron, comes up to the bar to order an alcoholic beverage, what are your procedures or what are your policies to ensure that the person ordering and receiving that drink is over the age of 21?
If they're under the age of what we presume to be in their mid to late 50s, we ID everybody. Oftentimes we'll ID everybody anyway, just to avoid any confusion. We don't accept any form of vertical ID. We just accept IDs that don't say you're under 21, basically. Our entire staff has significant industry experience, has been TIP certified and trained. And on August 4th, everybody is going for an in-person responsible vendor training as well, which is supplemental to already meeting the state's requirements.
Okay. When it comes to that ID checking procedure, let's say there's a group of 3 or 4 people sitting at one of the tables, and just one of them walks up to the bar to order a drink. Again, how do you ensure that everyone receiving those drinks is over the age of 21 and it's going to the right person?
Absolutely. It's 1 drink per ID. We're really not an establishment that typically entertains younger people. So we really it's easy enough for us to say 1 drink, 1 ID. You need to bring over another ID, show us who it's for. But yeah, 1 drink, 1 ID.
Okay. In addition to the on-site or the TIPS training and then the on-site responsible vendor training, do you have company-based training that you guys do on a monthly or quarterly basis to remind people of those procedures?
We do. I mean, we have front of house training between all 4 locations, and the person that runs all 4 locations and their staff has been with us for over 10 years. We do have a comprehensive handbook as well that does have all of our policies and procedures in place. And again, each location has a manager. That manager does have a lot of industry experience, and they do their own internal trainings as well per location.
Okay. And this location has a fairly sizable patio. So just kind of want to talk about that a little bit. How is that patio enclosed so you can monitor, again, entry and exit to that patio?
It does have marked entrance and exits. It does have physical barriers, and it does have signs that say no alcohol beyond this point. If ever we notice somebody walking outside of those boundaries with alcohol, we approach them and say, can't have alcohol beyond this point, basically, and either take their beverage away from them or ask them to go back inside.
Okay. And is that a covered patio, or is it more of an open air, weather dependent type patio?
More open air, weather dependent.
Okay. And is that patio visible? Can you monitor that from inside the brewery?
Easily. Our bar is facing 2 glass garage doors and 2 glass human doors, and yeah, we can very easily see it.
Okay. So then when you have maybe patrons, joining and sitting on that patio, you can then have your staff out there monitoring, what's occurring on that patio.
Yeah, I mean, even though we don't offer table service, we do bus. So they come around collecting glasses, everything like that on a regular basis. So we usually have 1 person outside at any given time.
Okay.
For the staff.
Okay. And when you have patrons there and they're drinking, and if you notice that there has been maybe a guest that is overconsumed, maybe before coming to your brewery, what are your processes for handling those types of situations?
Oftentimes if we notice any form of intoxication, we'll start cutting people off. We notice that people have gone a little too far. We'll also ask them to figure out alternative rides home. We'll remind them that we're a block away from the Boulder Sheriff's Office, and we do always maintain a good relationship with local law enforcement, and have had to call law enforcement in the past when people have been either unruly or uncooperative when it comes to preventing them from getting in their car.
Okay. And I'm assuming then all of the staff then knows that they, can contact law enforcement if necessary.
Yep.
Okay. What hours is Wild Provisions currently open?
It does vary a little bit, but it's basically from about 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. And if this license were granted, would that change those hours in any way?
Not significantly. I think at some point we would look at expanding to lunch hours, but we don't really have much interest in staying open any later.
Okay. Obviously, being a brewery now, I'm assuming the beer is available during all of those operating hours.
Yes.
Okay. And if this license were granted, would the full alcohol menu be available during those hours?
Anytime we're in, food service and alcohol service, yes.
Okay. And that was going to be the next question. Food service will be available during all those operating hours as well?
Yes, we'll have some version of our menu available at all times.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have for you. Again, the authority may have some follow-up.
Great, thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Questions from the authority?
I have a question. Number 21 of the application says that it asks about timing of private events, and only no private events after 10 p.m. So does that mean that there may be private events at some time that you would host there?
We do. We've hosted like company functions and things like that. Typically, it's like presentations, retirement parties. We've done a wedding reception, things like that. But it's usually early, like midday to early afternoon.
Got it. The question that was related to this is that doesn't seem that there's any security for the generally at the establishment. Is there any security for private events when there's a lot of people there who are having a party together?
No, we don't have large events.
Okay.
So,
What would you say?
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant like a private party.
Oh, you're good. Sorry. I think our largest events have been, maybe 30 to 40 people. And that's for like a full takeover. So it's usually what our staff can handle.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. Just kind of curious about this. You said one drink, one ID, one drink. What happens when somebody buys a pitcher?
We don't sell pitchers.
Oh, perfect. Okay, never mind. Any other questions? Okay. Attorney Runco, do you have any closing statements?
That concludes our presentation this evening. We will forego closing statement as well.
All right, thank you very much. We will now close for deliberation.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Seems
very thorough, very professional, very reassuring.
They have a lot of history in serving alcohol safely, having 4 other licenses. I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
So, 0 violations. Any motions?
Member Carl will make a motion to approve this change of license.
Okay, Member Roberts will second the motion to change. All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Okay. You have been approved for this change. Good luck.
Thank you all very much.
Authority. We appreciate your time this evening. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Thank you for being patient.
Thank you. We have agenda item number 8, public hearing and consideration of a transfer application filed on May 5th, 2025 from TSR Cucina Inc., doing business as Dagabi Cucina, 3970 Broadway, Unit 101, Boulder, Colorado, 80304. To Mina Rocky, 100% owner and registered manager with a business mailing address of 9052 Perry Street, Westminster, Colorado, 80031 for a hotel restaurant type liquor license. We could please promote to Mina, who's in the lobby. And then we also have our licensing analyst, Kristen Teague, here to provide some testimony on behalf of the licensing division.
Thank you.
Just take a moment to get to Mina in here. Wonderful. Okay, Miss Rocky.
Hi.
Hello. Can you please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record?
Sure, my name is Tamina Raki, and our address is 9052 Perry Street, Westminster, Colorado, 80031.
Thank you. And will you be represented by an attorney today?
No.
And do you anticipate that anybody else other than yourself will testify today?
No.
Okay. Can you please raise your hand?
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes.
And do you also swear or affirm that you or your employees have posted the premises for at least 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Teague, I swear you in, please. I would like to ask if you can please state your name, spell your name, and give an address for the record.
Kristen Teague, KRISTENTEAGUE. And my address for the purpose of this testimony is 1136 Alpine Avenue, Boulder, Colorado, 80304.
Thank you. And can you please raise your hand? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and turn it over to Chair Roberts.
Great, thank you. And I guess I'm not sure who to start with here. Roberto. Do we go with our witness or our... Uh-oh, you're muted.
You would go with the licensing.
Perfect. Okay. Ms. Raki?
Yes.
Or before we begin, is there any conflicts of interest or ex parte communication amongst the board? Member Roberts, no.
Member Card, no.
Member Crane, no. Get all three of us.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Raki, I'm going to actually read the procedures into the record.
Okay.
This is a public hearing before the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder to determine whether or not the application of applicant S.R. Cucina, Inc., DBA Dagabi Cucina, for a transfer of a restaurant type liquor license shall be granted or denied. This hearing is conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Colorado and rules of the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder.
Okay.
Record. A record is being made of all these proceedings. Those who desire to be heard shall identify themselves by stating their name. And we have already done that. So at this time, Ms. Raki, please proceed.
I just want to request you guys to transfer the licenses to Dagabi Cucina so we can continue operate by the law.
What is the... Okay. Any other statements or information to share with us?
I am happy to answer any question if you have, but that's all my request.
Okay. And at this time, then Ms. Teague, would you like to share?
Yes, thank you, Chair Roberts. I would like to direct the authority's attention to page 443 of the Beverage Licensing Authority packet, document entitled Preliminary Findings and Report. Licensing is bringing this transfer application before the Beverage Licensing Authority to deliberate on whether to to approve or deny the transfer application. Based on a couple of different pieces of information. Just as a summary, we received the application. There were several discussions, both virtual and video Teams meetings with Ms. Rocky and her accountant, as well as email exchanges. The temporary liquor license for this applicant was not issued until May 15th of 2025. I will point out that there is a typo. It does not expire June 5th of 2020. It expires June 16th of 2025. Attached to the preliminary findings is attachment A, which is a summary of email correspondence between myself and Ms. Rocky. And additionally, there is an attachment B, which is the owner's point of sales records for alcohol sales between May 5th and May 8th, 2025. In order of timeliness of this BLA hearing, you will note that in the email summary of conversations and emails between Ms. Rocky and myself, she had been notified multiple times between the receipt of the application and prior to the issuance of the temporary license on May 13th. Ms. Rocky had been told several times that she could not sell alcohol prior to the issuance of the temporary liquor license, to which she did. In addition to attachment B, which is her point of sale system, showing that she did indeed sell alcohol between May 5th and May 8th. That is a big concern for the licensing division, because she had been told in many, many ways and in many, many forms of communication that that was unauthorized and illegal. And so that is why we are bringing that to your attention today for discussion.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions from the authority?
Ms. Teague, was there any like any sort of formal violation or anything issued to this this, well, they're not a licensee, I guess, but to this this owner?
No, we have not gone that far yet. This would be a step where you and I would defer to Mr. Ramirez for further input. If either a notice to show cause or something else of that matter, or if what other remedies are at the pleasure of the BLA.
Yeah, that's really interesting because usually a notice to show cause contemplates a license in good standing that
Right.
that goes bad. So it's a very kind of weird situation, but it's certainly relevant information for you to consider as you deliberate.
Okay. Any other questions at this time for Ms. Teague?
I guess just for my own clarification, because I was reading through these emails, it seems like on multiple occasions, this owner was told that they cannot serve alcohol. They still served alcohol, and that's basically what that's why you're testifying today, to show that they disregarded the state and city laws. Is that correct summary?
Yes, Member Carr, that is. Traditionally, we do not take transfers to hearing. They are done administratively unless we believe that there is a reason for them to become before the BLA, for them to determine whether they would choose to grant or deny the transfer, or find some other condition or other sanction that they may or bring forward for a show cause as to same.
Thank you.
Okay, before we close for deliberation, any other comments, Ms. Rocky, to the board?
I just want to say one thing is the transition was really hard, and we had multiple misunderstanding, and between previous employee and myself and the previous owner. So it's all become a huge mess. because all the previous employee, we used to have nobody listen to me, and they actually quit altogether. So I would say I will take the responsibility definitely because it's under my name. So I am responsible, but I also is lots of misunderstanding and misleading going through it in between. So that's a huge reason those things happened. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board? If not, we can close for deliberation.
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Rocky.
Sure.
So you're saying that this was basically a staff member who disregarded your directions, and they just sold alcohol, gave it away, whatever it may be, against what you told them directly.
Yes, there is happened couple times. It's also the employee, not only the employee, the customers also bring own alcohol, because as soon as we said we are not serving alcohol, they're bringing alcohol from outside and pour it, and a lot of employee allow it. And I wasn't on that establishment those days, so I that's what I heard from them, and those kind of things has happened. And also I also known that there is some sort of misunderstanding between the customer and the old employee as well, because when a couple of employees tell the customer we don't serve it, the customer insists them.
So
More options here.
well, I had another question for
Sorry.
Ms. Rocky. So just in this situation, is that employee, are those people still employed, or like how did you handle that with your employees?
Trust me, there's none of them employees staying. They all quit altogether. They all quit on the day of 8, I believe. They all of the front of the house quit. And they never listen to me. None of them.
Got it. But so you're looking to rehire folks
I already hired a whole bunch of new kids. It's
Okay,
all new
great.
people.
Great. And are you confident that they will, pay attention and listen to what they're supposed to be doing and follow the rules that you set out?
Yes, they all hired by me and my new GM, and they are very good, and they exactly listen what we are saying. And we also hire a new GM here, which is, it used to be very the very first the Gabi owner's GM too. So he is handling very well everything.
Glad to hear that. It sounds like a real challenge for you taking over this
Yes,
business.
very much. And old owner not really support me at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, another, kind of question on that same topic though is, in the future, if you were to have a customer, let's say, we grant you this transfer, right? And you have a customer who's drinking and says, "Hey, I want another drink. I want to, have more." How do you handle that? Like, how do you teach your employees to handle demands for beverages?
It is a time consuming thing, like 9 o'clock, they are asking for something after 9 o'clock. Definitely not, because we are closed at 9. We always do 10 minutes up prior close up call that you guys want to order anything else or not. And after that 9 o'clock, we don't take any order actually after 8:45. That's our wake up calls. And we handled, we shouldn't be, if it's somebody drunk, that we should handle it differently, but somebody insists we don't have it, we just simply say we don't have it, I'm sorry, we cannot do it.
Yeah. And are you confident reaching out to a support system like law enforcement if you need to do something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I am very much known that if something situation like that, our best friend would be call 911.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have a written alcohol policy that you've put
Yes.
here?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
Nice. Okay. I didn't see that in the packet here, and that's probably because it's not typical for a transfer, but that's something that I would really like to see.
I already submitted to Miss Christian the alcohol policy.
Okay.
Anything? Oh, Go ahead
I
and
don't have any other questions
Okay.
at this moment.
Okay, any other questions? All right, then we will close for deliberation. So I don't know, Member Carr, I think I might disagree with you a little bit. I think that transfers should come with an alcohol policy. I think anytime somebody is coming before us requesting a policy, they should have, or requesting a license, that we should see her plans. Like, we should see that person's plans, not.
Thinking they would.
What was that? Okay. Yeah. So that there's definitely a lot of red flags here. I'm especially the ones breaking the law. So that's really hi.
Hi, Chair Roberts. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about are your options as you deliberate. You have the option to approve. You have the option to approve with conditions. You have an option for conditional approval, and then you have the option to deny. And if you have some questions about approve with conditions and conditional approval, I can certainly talk you through those as well.
Thank you so much.
I would just ask the question, Mr. Ramirez, if you could please help me understand the difference between those two. They sound very similar.
Sure. So approval with conditions means the approval happens tonight and she has to come back to do check-ins. You may recall Chicken on the Hill.
Yeah.
I think it was Chicken on the Hill that had to come back once every month for 6 months. So that would be the approval with conditions. A conditional approval is we're not going to approve tonight. We will not approve until X, Y, and Z occurs. Once that happens, you can come back to us and we will consider it at that point. And then if those things do happen, you will have the approval. So it's not a reconsideration. It is these things happen, then the approval happens.
Thank you.
So it's the timing of the approval, of course.
That's helpful.
Yeah. Chair Roberts, you were saying something. I want to make sure we heard your feedback.
Oh, I'm just really it's just a really unfortunate situation, right? Because we're here to like support our establishments and we want them to grow and prosper, but this owner just flat out broke the law. And I am having trouble wrapping my head around why we would approve that.
See ya. 5:45.
Could you please mute yourself?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Chair Roberts, I agree with you. It's hard for me to want to grant a transfer when like the starting process before they even have the license is violation of liquor code and of the law. So that's something I'm grappling with here. However, in my line of questioning, it sounds to me like this may not have been willful, and this may have been something that was either miscommunication or may have been willful on the behalf of the employees. It doesn't absolve Ms. Rocky of responsibility, but it allows me to look at it a little bit differently. I don't know. How do you feel about this? Both.
Well, if she can't get a control over her employees and then they all quit, not that she fired them, but they all quit, and she couldn't manage. I mean, why do we think she could manage now? There's no alcohol policy. She hasn't provided us anything that lets us know she understands the law. Yeah, it's just not a lot of mitigating things going on here. It makes me uncomfortable to have someone who has a blatant disregard for the law to give them something that's a big responsibility to be able to serve alcohol.
So I agree with what both of you are saying. I'm curious, if she hadn't, or an employee had under her supervision hadn't served that alcohol when it was illegal to serve it, and would the transfer have gone through administratively? Would they have looked at her alcohol policy and training? I'm not sure what that process looks like, but it, it, it's now with us because of the violation. And so some of the questions we're having legitimately about her performance, her ability to manage the business, so on and so forth. Was the licensing staff looking into those before it became clear that would that be in their normal course of business to look at those issues, such that would never come to us?
I would say that where we are and here we are is probably the course that the city takes, right? Like they're doing their due diligence. And if they don't bring something before us, then we can trust that it's
That
good.
they've covered.
Right, like it's good. If it comes before us, then that's when the city is asking us to look at something.
Yeah. I mean, I personally want to see more before I would be willing to approve this transfer. I'm understanding a little bit more about what happened, but um, I would like to see at the very least the alcohol policy, the training plan, understand what that looks like. I think those are really critical questions that I personally I can't approve this until I see those things.
Yeah. I want to clarify something with Judge Ramirez. If we were to deny this, does that mean, can she come back in the future and try again for she would just be applying for a new liquor license, I guess, rather than a transfer?
I think so, but I would rely on the licensing staff for kind of timing of it. And I don't know if there is a cooling off period, if you will, but I'll certainly defer to licensing staff.
Are you allowed to answer that, Ms. Teague, or are you a witness?
I'll let Roberto decide whether or not I, as licensing staff, can answer that, or if he would
You
prefer that
can.
to be.
No, you absolutely can.
Right. So if there is a denial, yes, she can absolutely come back. She can apply for a different class of license. So right now, this is under a hotel restaurant liquor license. So if it's denied, she can come back and immediately apply for a new license under, let's say, a beer and wine or a tavern type liquor license if she wants beer, wine, and spiritus. If she wants to apply for a hotel restaurant license, she would have to wait, I believe, 2 years.
We followed the option that Roberto described as not approving conditionally, but imposing conditions. What would those conditions look like that would satisfy us on the question of risk at this point?
Well, for me, it would definitely be seeing a liquor policy, written liquor policy, and a training plan. Those are two big things.
Satisfactory liquor policy and satisfactory training plan.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That gives us control. She doesn't have to do 2 years to come back for the same license. That might be a way of addressing the situation.
We may also want to consider, like we've done with other licensees in the past, having them attend a series of meetings, say for a period of 3 months or 6 months, to report to us how things are going. Just to have a better connection and conversation with them to make sure that the transfer and the process is going well.
and other factors that licensing staff has already seen would be to their satisfaction. There'd be compliance with the ordinary transfer requirements. How's that sound, Roberto?
It's up to us.
Yeah. How does it sound to us? I mean, is that the concept that he had? That's the one I'm talking about, conditions.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's whatever it is that's going to get you to vote in a way that's going to be in alignment with the three of you. And that's why I think that Chair Roberts' kind of method of talking a lot through the deliberative process is good to ensure that everybody is there before you even consider a vote.
Chair Roberts, how are you thinking about this?
I would deny. I'm not going to give conditions. I don't like that the law was broken, and I want to set a very strong precedent. This has also taken a ton of the city's time to have to follow up with her. She's complaining she can't train her own staff. I just don't really see, she could try again in the future and come to us with something really robust, like a really robust training material. But I will not. It's very doubtful that you guys will come up with a condition that I'm comfortable with. But I'm only one person.
So in your view, there's no condition that would satisfy this at this time, at least.
I just can't think of one. If maybe there hadn't been so much strain on the city, if maybe there hadn't been an actual law violated over again, like if maybe she could control her employees, it's just too much. Like how is she gonna show up and prove to us that she can control her employees? The only thing that we're gonna find out about is if there's a compliance check and if she fails or passes. So it's just like I'm trying because I love, supporting our establishments and giving them tips and giving them the knowledge that maybe they need and like really providing that and uplifting them. But this is like a lot of time, a lot of city resources, and it's a law violation.
I wonder if we are able to defer the decision on this. Roberta, are we able to continue this until the rest of the authority is here to have a more engaging discussion to hear from other members?
You can consider it for one of two reasons. One, because you need additional facts, or two, because you need for me to do additional research on the law.
Okay.
But not for the deliberative process.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I was thinking, get perspectives, see how everyone else feels. But
What are you
okay.
thinking, Member Carr? I feel you're not as clear on your decision. What's going on?
I mean, my thought process is to, I would have some pretty strict conditions on it, on the approval of it. I don't like that the licensee has violated the law, and I can completely understand why we would say that's an outright denial. At the same time, I want to give some room for just mistakes that could happen, and I would like to see this business succeed, and I understand how much alcohol could be important to a business and their success. But even to your point, the licensee, if we do deny them for this hotel restaurant transfer, could apply for a beer and wine license or something, and they could come back to us with another policy. So we're not saying that they can't ever. Yeah.
Exactly. That was why I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And to help your discussion, Member Carr, that was actually what I was going to bring up. Is it your concern that you believe that this licensee should really get that hotel restaurant type liquor license, knowing that if you deny it, tomorrow she can apply for the beer wine or the tavern. So, if that's, I guess I'm trying to help you. What is it that's the sticking point for you? Knowing that she could apply tomorrow, and maybe you can kind of further flesh that out a little bit for a more robust discussion.
That's a good
And
point.
ma'am, we do see that your hand is up. That period has concluded. This is the deliberations.
Yeah, Roberta, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, I think there's it's a good point that member or Chair Roberts you made, that she could always come back and apply for a different type of license. So I think if we want to send a strong message that people need to abide by the law and really uphold the laws of the city and the state, then I would agree with you that we should probably deny this.
I would support that. And I think that if she came back, she'd have to go through a full process, which would come before us and satisfy our concerns about meeting the standards, while also recognizing the violation that took place in this case, and having it addressed. So I could support that.
Then I will move to make a motion to deny the request to transfer the liquor license.
Member Crane, I'll second that. We'll let you off the hook on that one, right?
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Crane.
Okay.
There is one more thing not to take into consideration, but just so that everybody knows, she currently has a temporary license that will expire. Kristen, when does it expire?
That is September 16th. However, it is conditionally issued and can be suspended or revoked at any time based on violations of the law or order of the BLA. So if they're denying the license, I do believe that falls under that, Roberto, but I would need some further clarification from you.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate for the BLA to take a vote as to whether to allow the temporary license to continue to its termination, or whether you are going to deny or to terminate that tonight.
Well, you left that part out. Okay. Because it's been denied, I would then just it's a wash. That's kind of how I'm seeing it.
I'd agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, one moment then. I do believe we have something that we're going to kind of need to read into the record.
We do need a vote on it though. From the BLA.
Sorry. I apologize.
So Member Carr will make a motion to revoke the conditional liquor license for DeGabi Canchina.
Member Roberts.
Crane will second.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Licensing Manager Darrow, do you want to read the modified version of what we did for Chicken on the Hill?
Yes, I am trying to get there right now.
I have it pulled up if you want me to share it.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. 1 second, it's coming your way. It's coming via email. And I can come do that tomorrow.
Thank you. Just waiting for that email to come through.
Mhm. Are you happen to be in the office right now?
Yes.
Okay.
One moment, the City of Boulder has to scan all of my attachments,
Oh, sorry.
even if they're internal. Maybe there's some housekeeping items that licensing staff needs to inform the licensee of. My name is Elisa Darrow. I am the licensing manager for the Regulatory Licensing Division for the City of Boulder. If you need me to repeat any of this information for you, please let me know. I will also email this to you when the meeting is adjourned. No alcohol inventory may be removed from the premises effective immediately. A member of regulatory licensing and an enforcement officer from Boulder Police will meet you at your business at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Ms. Teague will be the staff member from licensing. You'll be required to perform a city witnessed full inventory of all alcohol on the premises and provide a signed and dated copy of this to regulatory licensing once completed. City staff may not assist in the inventory, move boxes, or bottles during the inventory. Please ensure, I'm sorry, please ensure that you have enough staff to assist in the inventory. You, the licensee, will have 5 working days in which to contact your alcohol suppliers regarding any alcohol stock that can be taken back for credit. You will need to email regulatory licensing confirmation once this is completed. The return to suppliers will need to be scheduled no less than 10 business days from today and receipts forwarded to regulatory licensing. On the 11th day after the hearing, or sooner if you are able, a regulatory licensing staff member will meet with you on site to perform the witnessed alcohol destruction of any unreturned stock. Please note that city staff cannot assist in the alcohol destruction. You will need to make sure that you have sufficient staff on hand to facilitate pouring out all alcohol that will be destroyed. Staff cannot lift or move any alcohol. She dropped off in that. Or is she still here? Okay.
She's still here.
Yeah. Okay. That is all of the instructions that I have.
We do need to make sure that she understands those instructions. And a copy of that can be emailed to her.
Yes, we will do that.
But ma'am, can you acknowledge that you understand?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would you like that to be read to you again?
No, I just want to make sure that, so since my business is open, it's just that I'm not going to sell alcohol until I got a new license, correct?
That's one piece of it, ma'am. The other piece of it is concerning the alcohol that you have in your possession and how that's going to be disposed of.
So you want us to move the alcohol from the premises?
No, no alcohol may be removed from the premises effective immediately.
Okay. So it's not removed from the premises. It's going to be still in the premises, not selling it until we get that, like another temporary license, something like that.
Would you like me to go through the bullet points one more time, Roberto, and we can slow down and make sure she understands each one?
Yes, please. And we can also follow that up with an email to her, assuming that we have a good email address.
I believe we do.
I have one more question before you start, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Okay, so when I can get a new license, since my business is open and I have to continue?
Ma'am, nothing would prevent you from applying for a new license tomorrow.
And what license it could be, I can apply right away.
I cannot give you any legal advice, but you can certainly reach out tomorrow to licensing staff to talk about your options.
Okay, thank you. And from tomorrow, I cannot sell any alcohol. That's for sure. Do I have to take off the temporary licensing stuff? We already have it. Like
I'm
a
sorry, can you-
certificates?
Ma'am, can you ask that question again?
Sure. Do I have to remove the temporary license certificate first and send it to me before the one we have in the premises right now?
Is that addressed in the instructions?
You will be picking that
Sure.
up as part of your work
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll pick it up tomorrow morning when I come and have her do the inventory. But yeah, she needs to stop selling like immediately right now.
Mhm.
Okay. See, and how long is gonna take Miss Kristen to get a new license, temporary license?
Well, there won't be a temporary. So you'll start the process, and I'm happy to talk to you about that when I come tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I have to meet you there. But Elisa's gonna read the instructions again, and she'll go slower. And so it's going to detail exactly what the next steps are going to happen. So why don't we let Ms. Darrow read those again, okay?
Hey, Ms. Rocky, no alcohol may be removed from the premises effective immediately. A member of regulatory licensing and an enforcement officer from Boulder Police will meet you at your business at 9:00 a.m. tomorrow. Ms. Teague will be the licensing staff member that will meet you. You will be required to perform a city witnessed full inventory of all alcohol on the premises and provide a signed and dated copy of this to regulatory licensing once completed. City staff may not assist in the inventory, move boxes, or bottles during the inventory. Please ensure you have enough staff to assist in the inventory. You, the licensee, will have 5 working days in which to contact your alcohol suppliers regarding any alcohol stock that can be taken back for credit. You will need to email regulatory licensing confirmation once this is completed. The return to suppliers will need to be scheduled no less than 10 business days from today and receipts forwarded to regulatory licensing. On the 11th business day after the hearing, or sooner if you are able, a regulatory licensing staff member will meet with you on site to perform the witnessed alcohol destruction of any unreturned stock. Please note that city staff cannot assist in the alcohol destruction. You will need to make sure that you have sufficient staff on hand to facilitate pouring out of all alcohol that will be destroyed. City staff cannot lift or move any alcohol. Do you have any questions about that, Ms. Rocky?
Yes, I do. So you told me that it's something has to be returned and box it, definitely. So when we box it, finish the inventory and box it, then we're gonna put it back the restaurant or wait for a new license, or we have to return to the distributor.
First, we're going to take an inventory, and then you have a chance to return to your distributors for a refund. And anything that you cannot return for a refund will need to be destroyed.
And how long is the refund date? I mean, I can call them and they can take it, correct?
The first thing we need to do is the inventory. Once the inventory is completed, then you can reach out to your suppliers and attempt to get any returns that you can.
And how long do I have the time for it?
You have 5 working days to contact your suppliers.
Okay. All right.
And
But
then you
I
have
have,
10,
okay.
you
How
have
many days?
about a week to contact your suppliers, 2 weeks to get your return done, and then we do the destruction.
Okay, if I get a new license in between 2 weeks and 1 week, which is total 3 weeks in hand, then?
No, the process to get a new liquor license, Tamina, is anywhere between 3 and 4 months.
So you are telling me that next 3 and 4 months I cannot sell anything?
You can
serve
operate as a
food.
restaurant, just no alcohol.
Then business would be ruined next 3 and 4 months completely. And you did not mention that the BLA that I already have another hotel and restaurant license and I have another location. I never broke anything, any laws there. It's the same
In the
person.
preliminary findings, there is the notation that you do not operate a different liquor license. Yes, ma'am. And that deliberation piece is over. So I will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Please make sure you have staff on hand to assist in the inventory because I cannot lift anything or touch any boxes for you.
My question is, why don't you tell that I have another locations and I am fine. I wasn't doing any broken law there.
Miss Rocky, do you have a valid email address that we have been communicating with you on?
Yes, Miss Kristen has it. But
Okay.
my thing is not that.
Ma'am, this information is going to get emailed to you. And please be at your business at 9 a.m. tomorrow. BLA members, is there any other business for this evening?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
Yes.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Member Carr will second that motion.
All those in favor say aye. Member Roberts, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Crane, aye.
Thank you for bearing with me as your clerk this evening.
You did so good.
Thank you, everyone.
So much
Have
for
a good
all your
night.
help.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.